Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Hey, it's 4:30 on this Tuesday, September 27th. I'm Tom Rogers. We have a lot to tell you about today. In fact, we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with their forecast. You've got some important information about Ian.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. Good morning. Earlier this morning, it became a major hurricane with 115-mile-an-hour winds, and it is expected to make landfall within probably the next hour or so in Cuba. That'll be the first landfall, and then the second landfall in Florida a little bit later this week. In terms of our weather here at home, a very nice and calm start to your morning with temperatures that have dropped into the 50s. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. Mid to upper 50s for Cockeysville and Bel Air, 59 in Baltimore City right now, 63 your temp in Annapolis. So a cool Tuesday morning, slightly cooler temperatures for the afternoon, still a bit breezy at times, and temperatures that will stay below average for this time of year. Out for your morning drive, maybe want those heaters on. Numbers staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours, and overall we'll top out in the lower 70s for today. Some of us don't even get out of the 60s this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at our forecast for the week ahead and look at the impacts potentially from Ian for us this weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City Police investigating several shootings in just the past few days. Police are telling us 7 people were shot over the weekend, and they've reported more than 21 robberies. There was a triple shooting Saturday night, leaving a man, a 31-year-old woman, and a 19-year-old shot. Now, the latest crime statistics show homicides are up 3%, non-fatal shootings up 7%, robberies 13%. Overall crime is up 5% across the city compared to this time last year. This morning, we are learning more about a body that was found last week in South Baltimore. Police arresting 63-year-old Bruce Poole Thursday for stabbing his 53-year-old girlfriend, Kelly Logan. Now, according to police, they found her body Wednesday under a light rail bridge in Westport. They say she had been stabbed multiple times, both her head and neck. Police say Poole dumped the body with the help of 2 other people.
For other people to help that individual, that's even scarier because nobody thought that that was wrong. The other people who were helping him didn't see anything wrong with that. The individual might have said it's garbage or whatever, but still, like, I don't know. It's just a really sad situation.
Poole faces a number of charges, including first-degree murder, assault, and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. Continuing coverage this morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers from Baltimore City Council members following the cancellation of a hearing on the Johns Hopkins Police Department. Councilwoman Odette Ramos proposed the meeting and then canceled it. Now, in a statement, she said it's because of logistics. Statement goes on. Her office is working to plan a virtual town hall on that matter. Fox 45 News sent questions to City Council members about the recent cancellation. We asked, do you support the implementation of JHU's police force? If not, what are your concerns? If you do not support the Hopkins police, should other universities have their police forces that are in place? Given the understaffing of the Baltimore Police Department, do you believe BPD can provide the level of policing on campuses of Hopkins without a private police force? Well, so far, we haven't heard back from any council members who we emailed. There are more opportunities for the community to be talking about this, too. Hopkins is holding 2 more town halls this week, both Thursday and Friday. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. A month into the school year, and more than 1,000 Baltimore students are being marked missing. Nearly 1 in every 60 Baltimore City student either has not showed up for class or has 10 or more consecutive unexcused absences. School officials say they're doing everything they can to track down absent students. One administrator says the goal is to help kids, not punish them.
Well, I think it's a variety of reasons. Some families have suffered homelessness, loss of job, poverty. They are dealing with trauma. One particular young man told us yesterday that he was working and he couldn't figure out how to fit his work schedule into school.
Well, those missing students could mean less funding for city schools. Schools are required to report enrollment numbers by this Friday. Coming up at 5:30, Shannon Lilly will be joining us with more on the search now to locate those students. And developing this morning, some families in Baltimore are struggling to pay their bills because their temporary cash assistance funds are being stolen. According to Maryland's Department of Human Services, there have been nearly 700 cases of EBT fraud. which includes both the temporary cash assistance and food stamp programs. Officials say those funds are not being reimbursed because federal guidelines do not allow funds to be used to recoup stolen benefits. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will be joining us as many mail-enders hope to find help. 4:35, the Orioles are on the road for their final trip away from Camden Yards this season, starting in Boston and then New York. Still fighting for that third and final AL wild card. The Orioles are 4 games back with 10 games remaining last night, starting their 4-game series against the Red Sox with a win, 14-8. Yeah, they continue tonight in Boston. Their first pitch, 7:10. Here are the current American League wild card standings as of last night. The Orioles still chasing that third and final AL spot. Blue Jays, Rays, and Mariners own those right now, with the Birds, as we said, 4 games back. A major victory for mankind. How NASA was able to pull off something that you typically only see in movies. Plus, we're starting off with fall-like temperatures this Tuesday morning. That's right, windows open. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if the cooler temperatures will stick around. 4:36 now.
All right, 4:39 is your time right now. Some breaking news from the weather department. Hurricane Ian has now made landfall, the first landfall with 125-mile-an-hour winds. Pinar del Rio right there in Cuba, the western coast of Cuba. You can actually see the eye right there making landfall at this time. Now, this will continue to cross the western edge of Cuba out into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, strengthen even more, and head toward the Tampa area in St. Petersburg in the next couple of days. So, again, this is a major hurricane with 125-mile-an-hour winds making its first landfall this morning. We'll have another update on this storm, how it's going to impact us here locally, and what we can expect with our forecast later today, coming up in a few minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Trending this morning, NASA scientists successfully crashing into an asteroid 7 million miles away. In fact, these are pictures of the DART spacecraft approaching and making impact last night on Dimorphos. Yeah, it's part of a planetary defense test, similar to the movie Armageddon. Well, crews are trying to see if they can divert the harmless space rock off its course. You saw that right there. This asteroid is not a threat to Earth. This is just a test to see if it's possible should the need arise. Now, the asteroid is, as we said, about 7 million miles away and dart about the size of a vending machine plowed into it going about 14,000 miles per hour.
All we've done here actually is change slightly how Dimorphos goes around Didymos, right? And the telescopes on the Earth have studied this for years, so we knew it used to be 11 hours and 55 minutes. What is it going to be now? And so the telescopes are going to measure that period change, and they're so good at this. They've done it for decades already to get us to that point.
Now, those scientists will be going over the data for the next few weeks to see if the impact actually worked. They're expecting a shift of about 1%, which may not sound like much, but over time could create significant change. Experts say we have technology to give us decades' notice, unlike the Hollywood movies, where they just have days to save the world. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Education under attack. Some of the most sought after schools in the nation taking a new approach to admissions. The plea from parents to keep it old school. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
Well, you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. A 15-year-old, one of the 3 victims in Baltimore's latest shooting. Still ahead, we continue our investigation into youth violence and how they're not immune.
It's a new and improved vaccine. According to those conducting this research, I'm Liz Bonus. We explain why just ahead.
Just made landfall. 444 now on the path forward. The new COVID booster shots are off to a slow start. Less than 2% of people eligible are stepping up to get them. National correspondent Liz Bonus takes a look at the numbers.
Hey there, everybody. Part of the push to get these new boosters is to try to reduce the odds new variants will continue to spread. But just as the CDC reports that BA.5 is on the decline, BA.4.6 and one called BF.7 now on the rise.
BF.7 said to be sort of a cousin to BA.5. It's led to slightly more than 2% of confirmed cases this week. BA4.6, now the top strain behind BA5. It now accounts for slightly more than 1 in 10 of the new cases showing up. BA5 has dropped from almost 9 in 10 cases this week to 8 in 10, according to the CDC. These new bivalent boosters suggested now for everyone 12 and older if it's been at least 2 to 4 months since your last shot. Krista Hyson says this newest vaccine, designed to protect against both the original strain and the Omicron BA4 and BA5 variants.
They've tailored it to be more aggressive against Omicron.
Those stepping up to get them say it's because
I want to live.
yeah.
I mean, I have had a couple of people who have died, and I just felt like it's my duty to do the most I can to try to sustain my life and live as long as I can.
The new boosters could be a real game changer. The CEO of Pfizer announcing today he has COVID-19 for a second time. He's had 4 vaccine doses of the original vaccine, but not this newest shot for protection.
I think the new variants, they are highly contagious, so it's hard to avoid it.
Kevin Hartnell brought his family into this clinic in Ohio's Hamilton County for boosters today. The kids say the vaccines have made getting back to school a lot easier.
It's a lot easier to learn.
I believe that.
In school than on a computer.
Now, one note, with less lab testing, it's hard to track some of these newer variants, but it is at least likely that the newer shots will be protective against some of these sort of offshoots of Omicron. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
4:46 now on this Tuesday morning. Hurricane Ian has made landfall this morning and is barreling toward the U.S. It's expected to make a second landfall somewhere in Florida later this week. Now, Governor Larry Hogan says he's monitoring the storm and preparing to help those with response. Meanwhile, nearly 750,000 homes and businesses still without power in Puerto Rico as of Monday. This according to the company that operates Puerto Rico's electric grid. Hurricane Fiona hit the island last week, killing at least 8 people and causing an island-wide power outage for all 3.3 million residents. The storm is a reminder of the devastation Hurricane Maria left 5 years ago, leaving nearly 1.5 million customers without power for a full week. Fiona has been downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone Saturday. Now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been tracking both of these storms and also said that that Ian made landfall, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah,
right?
it was literally, Tom, the National Hurricane Center put out a special statement basically right as we came on the air, and I just did that a few moments ago talking about how it did make landfall in Cuba. This will be the first landfall because it will make a second landfall in Florida, as you just said, in a couple of days from right now. But it is a very strong hurricane. This is what we talked about yesterday and what we've been talking about with the storm, the rapid intensification of this system. So it was basically just a Category 1 yesterday, and already we wake up this morning as a Category 3 with 125-mile-an-hour winds. That's the storm right there. Let's put the latest track on this and show you exactly what's going to be taking place. Now, once it gets over Cuba, it will slow down just a little bit, but there's not much land there. It's going to get right back up into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, and by tonight could become a Category 4 storm with 140-mile-an-hour winds. By early tomorrow morning, you're going to see this thing just to the south and west of Tampa, still more than likely as a Category 4 storm. And then as it continues to push closer to Tampa by Wednesday night, possibly down to a Cat 3. Either way, it's going to be right off the coast of Tampa. That's what I was talking about yesterday as well with the eastern edge of the storm. That's when we're going to see the strongest storm surge, and that's why folks there are preparing along the entire Gulf Coast of Florida, especially the West Coast. Now, as we go a little bit further, by the time we get into Thursday night, more than likely it's probably where we'll actually cross land just to the north of Tampa and then track up toward Jacksonville. So Gainesville, Jacksonville. Yesterday, that eye was going to be right there in the Big Bend, but now it's shifting a little bit farther to the east. And then as you can see this thing, it's going to hang on to an area of low pressure by the time we get into early Sunday morning, and that's when we're going to see the potential impact start to move closer to us. It will mainly just be some rain for us here at home, but overall we'll keep our eyes on that. Live cam over downtown Baltimore, looking great right now. No issues out there at this time. In fact, our temperatures are in the mid to upper 50s. We're actually a little warmer this morning than we were yesterday at this time. That's due to some cloud cover that's hanging around. Upper 50s here will continue for the next couple of hours. We'll drop a few degrees here and there in your rise and shine cast, but the sun comes up actually a little bit before 7 o'clock and then goes to bed before 7 o'clock as well. So you can see those sunrise and sunset times. Temperatures across the board in the 60s and upper 60s, even some lower 70s around Carroll and Baltimore counties for this afternoon. Down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you'll mainly be in the lower 70s, so slightly cooler today. Still dealing with some breezy to windy conditions later this afternoon. Eastern Shore also in those low to mid 70s for your highs later today. And as we pull back a little bit further and show you what's going on with our temperatures, you can see overall the next 4, 5, 6 days, we are going to stay basically below average. The average is 76, so some lower 70s on the way and upper 60s is what we're going to see for our afternoon highs. In terms of our rainfall, really not much. In fact, you can see what's going on with our future scan. We stayed dry today, maybe a few clouds here and there, and still that westerly wind. Now, tomorrow, that wind is going to turn and be more from the north, and that happens into Wednesday and Thursday, and that will continue to bring us those temperatures that stay on the cooler side. Here's that 7-day forecast. You can see those numbers staying dry all the way through Friday. Saturday is going to be dry for at least the first part of the day, but by Saturday evening, we'll see the potential of a few showers rolling in. Sunday is going to be more than likely the wettest day, and yeah, I know that's when the Ravens are going to be playing at M&T Bank Stadium, so a wet Sunday even into early Monday of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some cameras around the area. The only major concern that we have here is if you're driving down 83 coming out of Timonium, right when you get to the outer loop, 2 lanes are blocked there, and you have to merge on with the outer loop, so there's a slowdown there. Everybody else moving along just fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 840 and Camden Train 841, both canceled today as a result of freight train congestion. The Penn line would be a better bet to avoid the cancellations there on the Camden line. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find single tracking between the West Cold Spring and Lutherville stations related to maintenance. Allow time for travel there as you will take delays in your travel. Metro Subway Link often running on time. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A big announcement expected today could impact how long city leaders stay in office. We look into the past attempts. Plus, officials are warning it could be unlike any storm they have ever seen before. How Florida is now bracing for Hurricane Ian. 4:52 is your time. 4:55 and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Republicans are getting big points on inflation and the economy, but not so much on the abortion policy ahead of these midterms. Now, according to new Washington Post ABC News poll, the GOP has a 17-point lead over Democrats on the economy, an 18-point lead on inflation, and a 22-point lead on crime. Democrats have a 22-point advantage on abortion issues. Now, a former White House press secretary says Democrats will lose in November if the election is a referendum on President Joe Biden. Sinclair national correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more details.
The midterm elections are just 6 weeks away, and with both the House and the Senate up for grabs, Republicans and Democrats are tightening their messaging on what they'll fight for if elected. But there's some concern for Democrats over what's been accomplished under President Biden during the past year and a half, especially as top issues for voters include the economy and inflation.
If it is a referendum on the president, they will lose, and they know that.
A new ABC News Washington Post poll shows 74% of Americans say the state of the economy is in bad shape, and a majority say Republicans will do a better job dealing with it. In battleground states like Pennsylvania, where Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz are fighting for a Senate seat, former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says looking at state-by-state issues is crucial.
The Republicans have been spending millions of dollars on the air on crime ads against Fetterman because that's where they see his vulnerability.
Her remarks come as new polling shows the GOP has a 22-point lead on handling crime, with 56% of registered voters saying they trust Republicans more on the issue. On Friday, House Republicans introduced their Commitment to America, laying out their plans on crime, border security, and the economy if they win control of Congress.
The fact remains you cannot defend your communities if you cannot defend the homeland.
We're dealing with inflation, we're dealing with crime, we're dealing with things that literally is touching everybody's lives. So it's not a right versus left anymore.
And while the focus for both parties right now is on November's midterms, there's already talk about 2024's presidential election. The ABC News Washington Post poll shows 56% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents would prefer to nominate someone other than Joe Biden. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Wall Street did not start the week off on the right foot, with the Dow falling 325 points, S&P shedding 37, and NASDAQ falling 65. Surging interest rates and the UK's tax cuts saw the dollar surge, though. Now, a new Gallup poll finds more than half of Americans experiencing hardship because of rising prices. When asked how they're adapting, some say they are buying generic brands or cheaper groceries. Many say they're eating out less. Situation expected to get worse this winter, with home heating costs expected to jump at least 17% over a year ago because of the rising cost of natural gas, heating oil, and other fuels.
And I've been doing it for 13 years on my own, and I've never seen it like that. Before, it would be going, 10 cents up in a whole winter, and now it's, $1.50 in a week.
Rising prices are getting the attention of the Pentagon. The Department of Defense is taking new steps to help service members and their families cover the costs of basic needs.
There's a growing concern about violence in Baltimore impacting children after a 15-year-old was shot. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear those concerns and also from witnesses.
A potential change to how the city is run now in the hands of voters. Coming up, we are live right here from City Hall with that announcement happening this morning.
Things are calm here at home with temperatures that are not too bad this morning. We're going to track a very much cooler week ahead, as well as the very latest on Hurricane Ian. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we are all looking at Hurricane Ian.
That's right. This morning, it has made landfall. We have team coverage all morning. We want to get started with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, Tom. Good morning to both of you. About 30 minutes ago is when we had the official landfall, at least the first landfall for Ian, which was on the coast or the west coast of Cuba. And we'll take a closer look at that shot. You can see the eye right there, Pinar del Rio. That is in western Cuba. That's the eye of the storm. You can see it right underneath there in the center of your screen. 125-mile-an-hour sustained winds. This puts it as a major hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane. When you zoom out a little bit, you can actually see just how close this storm actually is to the U.S. I mean, you think about it, Cuba's not very far from Miami. Let's put the track there, and you can actually see the eye of the storm now is about 377 miles away from Tampa. And that is kind of where, excuse me, it is heading toward. We're going to see that continue to bring the storm surge, the wind, and the rain. That's why folks on the west coast of Florida are getting ready for this storm. So we'll continue to track this a little bit further for you coming up in a few minutes from right now. It's gorgeous outside. Temperatures are in the 50s. We're back to the lower 70s for our highs this afternoon. Those temperatures staying a little bit below average. Another look at your forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in a few. Tom, what else you got?
All right, thank you, Justin. Well, I'm going to continue talking about Ian here from the live center this morning. Hurricane Ian, as you just heard Justin saying, made landfall in Cuba. It's on a path for Florida, 377 miles, he said. Could make landfall there, though, as a major hurricane, most likely hitting either late tomorrow night or early Thursday morning, possibly a Category 3 or higher. Now, because of that, we now have hurricane warnings posted for the Tampa Bay area, with millions on alert from the Panhandle all the way down to the Keys. Tampa Bay is especially prone to storm surge. Water could be 8 to 10 feet above the ground in some of those spots.
That's life-threatening storm surge. It's, I'm 6 feet tall, so that's potentially water 2 feet above my head in some of these areas here.
Well, flooding and storm surge are the #1 cause of death with a hurricane. Tampa General Hospital is installing what's known as an Aqua Fence in an effort to keep water out of that hospital. And they're on the water in downtown Tampa. Now, to show you what they're up against, this is video of storm surge in Grand Cayman as Ian brushed past that island. Keep in mind, this wasn't even a direct hit. We could see scenes like this along hundreds of miles of Florida's west coast. Governor Larry Hogan says Maryland is keeping a close eye on the hurricane, promising in a tweet emergency management teams are watching the storm's predicted path and will be ready to respond in our state.
5:02 now. In a city in crisis, violent crime across Baltimore City is up 5% compared to this time last year. That includes murders and non-fatal shootings. Young lives in Baltimore continue to feel the impacts of the crime and violence. The latest incident leaving a 15-year-old hurt.
Well, this morning, the search is on for that gunman who opened fire near Clifton Park, hitting 3 people, including the teen.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Northeast Baltimore as police are working to find out who did this. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, police are still looking for the gunman who opened fire just a couple miles away from here near Clifton Park. And as you mentioned, a 15-year-old was among those shot. Now, the incident happened yesterday in broad daylight on East 29th Street. You're looking at video from that scene now. But 3 people were hit by gunfire, including that 15-year-old and also a 23 and 25-year-old. Thankfully, they all are expected to survive. But witnesses in the area are describing what they heard.
Like I said, it just sounded like loud boom. It had been 30 to 60 rounds, within about less than 10 seconds. My partner was outside and saw people fleeing the area.
Officers spent most of the afternoon questioning residents in the block, searching for clues. But again, at this time, no suspects have been named or arrested. Residents tell us that there were young children outside on the street when the shots rang out, and concerns are growing as homicide is now the leading cause of death among children in Baltimore.
These kids are going to kindergarten, and when they go into kindergarten, they're drawing pictures of guns and dead bodies because that's their experience. We've got to change the narrative.
Data shows that homicides are up compared to last year, and as concerns grow, more are hoping that city leaders will step up, but of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
This is just the latest shooting to involve a teenager. At the beginning of the month, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogden was shot and killed on the grounds of Merville High School. The shooter, a 17-year-old from another school. On that same day, just hours later, 14-year-old Travis Slaughter was shot and killed in Pikesville, not far from Milford Mill Academy. Another student was also injured in that incident.
Now, the last week of September is already proving to be a violent one, with multiple incidents in just a matter of hours. The first happening just after 7 yet last night at the intersection of 4th Street and Patapsco Avenue in South Baltimore. That's seen on the right side of your screen, where a man was shot in his neck. He is expected to be okay. Then, just 4 minutes later, police in Southwest Baltimore say they found a body in a car along Griffiths Avenue. It's not clear how that person died, but police are calling it a homicide.
Now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Should Baltimore City elected officials have term limits? That is a question that will be on your ballot come Election Day.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a big announcement happening in just a few hours. Shannon.
Yeah, this is an announcement, Tom, that could potentially change how the city is run. And this press conference announcing this potential change is set to happen right here outside of City Hall this morning. So let's get you right to the details here. Term limits for elected officials will now be question K on your ballot come November. And that is an announcement being made by the group, the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE. You can expect to see community activists and leaders out here speaking, like Giovanni Patterson and Carvel Collins. They'll all be out here at 11 a.m. So here's what we know, though, so far about Question K and the potential term limits for elected leaders. If passed, members of City Council, the President of City Council, the Mayor, and Comptroller will not hold office for more than 2 consecutive full terms of office, and in no event will hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. Now, this provision, though, would not prevent an elected member from seeking other elected offices after that time. Now, if an elected member takes office as a result of a removal or a vacancy, under this provision, that elected member would only be able to hold office for the remainder of their predecessor's unexpired term and 1 consecutive full term after that. So some major potential changes now in the hands of voters, and we know that that's come Election Day, which is November 8th. Again, a lot more information will be talked about and revealed here this morning in this press conference that starts at 11 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Term limits have been considered in Baltimore City.
In 2018, Councilman Yichi Slafer introduced a bill to limit the number of consecutive terms politicians could serve. That bill didn't pass, and a similar one failed in 2020. Comptroller Bill Henry also tried approving term limits while he was on the city council. That bill also failing.
And when you look around the country, Baltimore is a bit of an outlier. 9 of the 10 largest cities in the U.S. have term limits in place for their mayor, city council members, or both. In Washington, D.C., voters tried to put the question of term limits on the ballot in 2020, but it was overruled. In Baltimore, voters do have that authority, and they'll have a chance to make a final decision this November. Neighbors are in shock this morning as a man admits to killing his girlfriend. What we're learning about how he got rid of the body.
And temperatures are not too bad this morning. We are taking a look at a cooler week ahead and also tracking Hurricane Ian, the impacts it could have on us. We'll talk about it coming up. Welcome back. 5:11 is your time right now as we take you outside. Beautiful shot here from our live cam over the inner harbor. Overall, our temperatures are actually just a little bit warmer this morning, but still on the chilly side for some, with 50s and 60s out there. Maybe a light jacket in the morning time. Definitely the sunglasses later today. And we have the wind that we've got to contend with again later this afternoon. That westerly wind will be kicking up. So out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Numbers staying mainly in the 50s. We'll have an update on the rest of your week ahead and the impacts from Ian this weekend that we could see here in Maryland. That's coming up in just a bit. Back to you.
5:11 and making headlines this morning. Baltimore County Police say they arrested a juvenile for a stabbing in Cockeysville. It happened Sunday night on Lord Byron Lane, just off of Cranbrook Road. 2 victims were taken to the hospital and are expected to survive. Still ahead, dissecting the city's crime crisis, what the numbers show after a violent weekend.
And the school year off to a rocky start. Fox 45 News continue pressing city school leaders on why more than 1,000 students are missing from school. 5:12 is your time.
.514 this morning, we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, the governor of Florida touches base with residents as Hurricane Ian rapidly intensifies and then heads towards the state's west coast, urging them to be prepared.
It will bring heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, along with isolated tornado activity along Florida's Gulf Coast. Floridians up and down the Gulf Coast should feel the impacts of this as up to 36 hours before actual landfall due to the size of the hurricane. This is a really, really big hurricane at this point.
Well, voluntary evacuations are already underway, and some school districts have announced closures. The Florida Department of Transportation is suspending tolls at facilities in Tampa Bay in order to avoid traffic issues.
Governor Ron DeSantis, you just heard, has declared a state of emergency along with President Biden to coordinate disaster relief to those impacted regions. Now, residents should be prepared for power outages, flooding, and intense storm surge.
Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's also been tracking Ian. As we have seen this escalate, it was a tropical storm at one point yesterday, turned into a hurricane during the show yesterday morning. What are we looking at in the coming days?
And major hurricane when we all woke up this morning, Patrice, and that's exactly what we're talking about with this storm, a Category 3 storm, currently with 125-mile-an-hour winds. We talked about that rapid intensification that was going to be taking place over the Caribbean. Now it's made landfall in Cuba. Cuba right there, the western tip of that country, it's just not enough to kind of slow this thing down enough. It's going to get back into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico and intensify even further. That's why the governor was talking about how we are going to see this storm being so large, it's going to impact a large portion of the state of Florida. So here's a look at our track right now. Currently 125-mile-an-hour winds, but we have a wind gust reported at 155. So that wind gust is a Cat 5 strength. It's moving north at about 12 to 14 miles an hour. It's going to continue to track by later this afternoon. Will be more than likely a Category 4 storm and maintain that Category 4 status as we get into early Wednesday morning. And then you can see that takes it right toward Tampa. This is going to be kind of on the edge there. It looks like the very latest update by early Thursday morning, landfall just around and north of the Tampa Bay area. All of the folks there on the West Coast getting hit with that storm surge that we talked about. We could see some 8 to 10 feet of storm surge, and that is actually worse than possibly seeing some of the flash flooding or the wind. So it's not all about the wind speed, it's about the storm surge as well. This will continue to track through northern Florida up toward Jacksonville by Friday morning, and then eventually as an area of low pressure up into the Carolinas that could also bring some strong wind as well. Now we'll get some of the remnants of Ian by the time we head into late Saturday and Sunday, but as for now, nothing is looking major. It's just going to be some rain showers and possibly some breezy to windy conditions. Our live cam right now over downtown Baltimore, not too bad. 57-year temp officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, maybe a light jacket this morning. Numbers are staying in the 50s as we take you through the noon hour, right about 70s. So overall, a pretty nice day for lunch and for recess for the kids. And even when you pick them up this afternoon into those lower 70s, mild, however, it will be breezy. Probably at least a 1, maybe even a 2 club win for you golfers if you're out playing today with upper 50s by 9 a.m. and again into the 70s through the later part of the afternoon. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast and keep those 70s going, but basically lower 70s with overnight lows only into the 50s. We're going to have some cool mornings for sure. Maybe you already have the AC off and the windows open, getting some of that fresh air in. Rain's coming in, rain is coming in late on Saturday night, but more of the rain, unfortunately, will be right around that Ravens game on Sunday and even into early Monday of next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some area cameras around. And it looks like everyone's moving just fine. Just a little bit of construction from 83 to the outer loop 695 as you're heading in there. It goes from 3 lanes down to 1. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 840 and Camden Train 841 canceled due to freight train congestion. Allow time for travel out there on the Camden line or use the Penn line to avoid those cancellations. You'll find single tracking on light rail link between the Woodbury and Lutherville stations. It's related to maintenance. Allow time for travel there as you will incur a delay. Right now, about 20 minutes late on light rail link. Metro Subway link has single tracking as well between Owings Mill and Old Court stations. Allow time for travel as you will take delays there throughout the day on Metro Subway link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A Baltimore man is accused of murdering his girlfriend, then dumping her body. How authorities were able to track him down.
Plus, concerns this morning about the lingering crime crisis still ahead, what some experts are saying could be causing the spike. 5:20, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. In a city in crisis, the evolution of an organization aimed at curbing crime continues as contracts between Safe Streets and two community nonprofits are in the works.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has a look at the growing concerns about oversight and transparency.
We've been investigating Safe Streets for almost a year now. We're back at the accountability desk because there are some major updates that we want to walk you through. First, about a week ago, Mayor Brandon Scott announced some shakeups to how the program is run. This is how the program was operating. Remember, there were multiple community-based organizations, or CBOs. They're the ones implementing the Safe Streets program in all 10 locations all across the city. But now, in the announcement, now Mayor Scott is bringing the oversight under just two community-based organizations, LifeBridge Health Center for Hope and Catholic Charities. Locations like Bel Air Edison, Franklin Square, and Woodbourne McCabe. These are the locations that will be managed by LifeBridge Health Center of Hope. You can see two of which they already manage. And Catholic Charities, they'll have a few too. Or Penn North and Cherry Hill. But beyond that, we still don't really know much else. Last week when I asked Mayor Brandon Scott about these new contracts that the city will have with LifeBridge and Catholic Charities, he was pretty short on details.
Contracts go through the Board of Estimates, and that's when it comes to the public. I don't know how many times we have to tell you that. We might have to give you guys another lesson on how city government works.
Monty is the one working with these agencies.
All right. We have a public process of showing contracts to the Board of Estimates in Baltimore.
We also learned that City Council President Nick Mosby tells me he was not informed the mayor was making these changes before the news was publicized.
My team nor myself was provided any prior briefing on the restructuring of Safe Streets.
A few hours after I talked to the council president, I took his concerns directly to Mayor Brandon Scott and asked him what happened.
We did. I know that I personally talked to council members about it, so that's what I have to say about that.
So is the council president lying?
I can't speak to the council president.
The mayor later admitted that there was a mistake made in terms of communicating these changes with the council president. But this program is still shrouded in questions, especially when it comes to transparency, accountability, and oversight. And given these new changes are coming, we continue to ask questions. But we still have so many questions about Safe Streets and how the program is implemented, especially when it comes to accountability, transparency, and oversight. And with these changes coming, we're sending even more questions to the mayor's office. So here are the questions we're still asking. Has Mayor Scott talked with Council President Nick Mosby since the Safe Streets changes were first announced? When will the public learn more about these community-based organizations and their roles with the city moving forward? And ultimately, is Mayor Scott hiding something? And ultimately, we asked that last question because we have been asking and sending so many questions to the mayor's office and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. That's MONSE, the agency implementing Safe Streets. Our questions usually get met with either roadblocks or really non-answers. I did get a statement from the mayor's office saying that MONSE is working with Council President Nick Mosby's office to schedule a meeting so they can talk about what Safe Streets looks like moving forward. For the other questions, the mayor's office tells me that more information about what's next will become available as they hash out the details. They tell me that everyone has been transparent about this process moving forward, but throughout our investigations, we know that simply is not true. So we continue to ask for an interview. If the mayor or Shante Jackson, who oversees MONSE, wants to sit down and talk with me about Safe Streets and what this program looks like moving forward, we're more than happy to make that happen. But in the meantime, if you have a tip or any piece of information that you think I need to know about as we continue to dig into Safe Streets, let me know and send it to me directly. You can send it to safestreetstips@gmail.com. Remember that this program utilizes tax dollars, so we're going to continue to ask city leaders how they're spending your money, trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. At the Accountability Desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Frustrations are growing as fraudsters steal food stamps from more Baltimore families. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the state is responding.
More than 1,000 desks empty inside city schools, coming up what the school system is doing to track down missing students and why time is of the essence. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. Hurricane Ian is barreling toward Florida this morning as residents there brace for impact. Our weather authority team will be tracking the storm as it moves north.
Youth violence, a continuing trend in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. How leaders are aiming to make a change.
Plus, missing students in Baltimore City schools, the problems the system is facing, not even a month into the school year. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast and, of course, Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. Tom, good morning to all of you as well. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 a.m. this morning. And, yeah, you can see that large storm behind me. We'll be tracking that all morning long. Currently a Category 3 with 125-mile-an-hour winds, and it did make landfall just about an hour ago in Cuba. Let's take a look outside here at home where things are nice and calm. O's are on the road, but they're only 3.5 back, y'all. They got the win in Boston last night, and the Ravens taking on the Bills at M&T Bank Stadium Sunday, and it is going to be wet on Sunday. That's the remnants from Ian that'll be here. Upper 40s right now in Cumberland, Hagerstown at 56. We're at 59 in Westminster and 57 your temp in Baltimore City right now. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go over the next couple of hours. Maybe the heater on, maybe the bun warmers if you got them. We're talking about temperatures mainly in the mid-50s for the next few hours. We'll be topping out at 72 today, so actually a little bit cooler than yesterday, and it will still be breezy later this afternoon as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Patrice, Tom?
Developing this morning and trending on FoxBaltimore.com, fraudsters are stealing food stamps and cash assistance benefits from hundreds of Marylanders.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live now with what's being done to protect those benefits and how the search now is on for those thieves. Olivia.
Well, the state says as of last month, there have been 693 cases of electronic benefits fraud, and they're trying to track down those responsible. However, we learned that those benefits are not being replaced after they're stolen. Elizabeth Baltiera is among the victims, and she's a Baltimore mom of 3. She says at the start of the month, her funds were stolen. Her benefit card statement shows that $900 were withdrawn from an ATM in Florida.
And it said that there was a withdrawal in the amount of $900 from Coconut Grove, Florida, and it happened at 1:58 a.m. Never used my card in Florida. Like I said, I use that to take care of me and my 3 kids, and so it's been hard.
Baltiera says she received a letter from the state saying they found no evidence of fraudulent activity on her account, and she is far from alone. Just last week at a hearing with state lawmakers, it was reported that there have been 693 cases of the EBT fraud, including both temporary cash assistance and food stamp programs. The monetary value of fraud from June, July, and August totaling nearly $296,000. The executive director for the Department of Human Services Family Investment Administration said, quote, federal regulations are very clear in that federal funding cannot be used to reimburse stolen SNAP benefits, and the department does not have the temporary cash assistance funds appropriated for this purpose, end quote. But DHS tells us it's working with state and federal law enforcement to track down those responsible for the fraud, all while victims like Baltiera are just hoping it doesn't happen again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City Police investigating several shootings in just the past few days. Police tell us 7 people were shot over the weekend, reported more than 21 robberies. There was a triple shooting Saturday night, leaving a man, a 31-year-old woman, and a 19-year-old shot.
The latest crime statistics show homicides are up 3%, non-fatal shootings are up 7%, robberies are up 13%, and overall crime is up 5% across the city compared to this same time last year.
Now, this morning, we are learning more about a body found in South Baltimore last week. Police arresting 63-year-old Bruce Poole Thursday for stabbing his 53-year-old girlfriend, Kelly Logan. Now, according to police, they found her body Wednesday under a light rail bridge in Westport. They say she had been stabbed multiple times in her head and neck. Police say Poole dumped the body with the help of 2 other people.
For other people to help that individual, that's even scarier because nobody thought that that was wrong. The other people who were helping him didn't see anything wrong with that. The individual might have said it's garbage or whatever, but still, like, I don't know. It's just a really sad situation.
Poole faces a number of charges, including first-degree murder, assault, and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. He's currently being held at Central Booking in the Intake Center in downtown Baltimore. 5:35, and now to the crisis in the classroom. We're almost a month into the school year with more than 1,000 Baltimore City school students being marked missing.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from downtown Baltimore. Shannon, what's being done now then to find these missing students?
Well, right now, Patrice, city schools tell us they are doing everything to try to contact and track down these 1,300 students. That's how many desks have been empty since the start of the school year. So to put that into perspective for you, there's about 78,000 students enrolled in city schools. That means 1 in every 60 students either have not come to school at all this year or have 10 or more unexcused absences.
We're here to support you and to figure out what we can do to get your child back in school.
Well, yeah, that was Tanya Crawford-Williams with the Office of Student Conduct. She says over the weekend, she spearheaded a phone bank with about a dozen or so volunteers, each volunteer with a list of students that they called, and they managed to connect with about half of those currently unaccounted for, but still, Tom and Patrice, hundreds remain.
Now, Shannon, did they disclose why they think these students are missing?
So there's really no one reason why they're missing, Tom, but Crawford-Williams says there's a variety of things like families suffering from poverty, homelessness, job loss, even trauma that could be keeping these kids out of school. But she does say that surprisingly, this problem is no worse this year than it's been in years past. But one key thing to note, Tom, is that those enrollment numbers are actually due this coming Friday. And so with those missing students, that means that the school system could get less funding. And so time is really of the essence when it comes to tracking down these students. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
5:37 now. We are tracking Hurricane Ian this morning right here from the Live Center. It made landfall this morning in Cuba. This is a live look at the Fox 45 Weather Authority HD radar. Now, the next round of mandatory evacuations is happening this morning in Pinellas County. That is where St. Petersburg is. Heavy traffic on the interstate there as people are trying to get out of that area. The tail lights you see, those are cars that are leaving Tampa. They're heading inland toward Orlando, away from the coast. Now, there are more than 300,000 people in those mandatory evacuation zones around Tampa Bay, and that's just in that area. Officials are warning that those who ignore evacuation orders do so at their own risk.
I want everyone to understand the seriousness of this situation. And again, don't wait till the last minute. We can replace possessions, but we can't bring anybody back to life.
Now, storm surge and flooding is the #1 killer in hurricanes, and Tampa Bay could be looking at up to 10 feet of storm surge. That's measured as water 10 feet above ground, well over my 5'8" head. Inland flooding is also a major concern as Ian slows down on approach to Florida. Parts of central Florida could see more than a foot of rain, isolated spots 20 inches or more. Now, another live look at the radar this morning. Current expectations show landfall near Tampa Bay early Thursday morning as a strong hurricane, but impacts will be felt statewide and into the southeastern United States as that storm moves inland.
A big announcement expected today that could impact how long city leaders stay in office. We look into the past attempts and how you can make it a reality.
And we are starting off with cooler temperatures this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how much it's going to warm up. 5:39 is the time.
Well, fall is definitely here. This is our first full week of the brand new season and feels like it. Yesterday, really nice. We actually made it to the upper 70s. Temps will be cooler today, and you can see from our live camera right now, not much happening in Towson, obviously still early. A look at your weather headlines for the day. Cool Tuesday morning, slightly cooler temperatures this afternoon, and we do keep the wind with us as well today. Those temperatures, however, will be below average and staying below average through the rest of this week. We'll take a closer look at those numbers. Also, the impacts from Ian right here at home this upcoming weekend. We'll talk about it coming up. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. A 15-year-old, one of 3 victims in Baltimore's latest shooting. We continue our investigation into youth violence and how they are not immune. Plus, as Justin was saying, we continue to track Hurricane Ian this morning, how those in the Gulf and along the Keys are preparing for impact. .45 this morning, we continue our coverage of Hurricane Ian as it heads towards Florida.
Other states are bracing for the effects of the storm as well, even if they're not in the direct line of impact.
Emily Pounds with our Sinclair sister station in Alabama joins us this morning with the impacts the hurricane is having there.
This is our off-season staff, so we have a little bit less staff than we would have in the summer, but there's a lot less people. So I feel like that we're adequately staffed for what's coming. We'll double up our patrols, and if we do fly double red flags, we are able to patrol the beaches.
Just this year alone, Orange Beach had 157 water rescues and Gulf Shores 120. Entering fall, lifeguards are downsized and Orange Beach surf rescue stands are being removed for their off-season. But Gulf Shores Water Rescue Chief Joe Ethan Phillips says they're not worried about less eyes on the waves.
There is a point that we'll take off the stands. It depending with this storm and how big the surf, it may come sooner than later. But lifeguards will patrol, and then at the end of October, that's the end of our season, and then it'll just be 3 full-time people that are here to respond to calls if something comes out.
This year, Orange Beach and Gulf Shores only saw 1 drowning so far. With rip currents a large possibility, beachgoers say they won't be getting anywhere near the water.
I would never get in the water on a red flag. Even if it looks calm, you don't know what the undertow is like underneath, so we abide by the flags that are flying every day.
I mean, I don't want anybody to drown, and but come on, people.
I mean, a hurricane and a riptide, you know, and the flags are flying and it's all over the news and, you know, it seems to me that, you know, it's time to pay some attention and stand up and take care of yourself and not get yourself drowned.
Well, let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers as we are continuing our coverage this morning of Ian as it is getting closer and closer to Florida after now hitting Cuba this morning.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You can see on the left-hand side there, that's live shot coming from Key West High School here. So you're starting to see some raindrops there. Not much wind action, it looks like, on that shot.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see if that's, I don't think that's lightning, Tom. That looks more, those are lights. Those are actual, but right. Yeah. But thank you for pulling that picture up. Yeah, this is that Key West shot. And I'm going to show you here in just a second what the actual radar is looking like, because we're starting to see from U.S. radar sites some of the outer bands of this storm. When we show you this tropical satellite picture, this is kind of the satellite for the entire Earth, essentially. And so when we don't have the coverage for our radar down in parts of Cuba. But it did make landfall at about 4:30 this morning and continues to track off the coast of Cuba. In fact, you can see that eye, how quickly it's moving. It's moving north at about 12 to 14 miles an hour as a Category 3 storm. There it is right there. So there's the eye of the storm. That's the landfall that it made earlier this morning on Cuba. And as we pull back a little bit further, you can see this is what I was talking about. This is the radar now from Key West and Miami. So there's already some thunderstorms there. Miami into Coral Springs, up into Cape Coral. You're starting to see the storm pick up, and the Florida Keys are kind of right here. So already dealing with hurricane warnings in that part of the country. This is what we're talking about as we track Ian and the strong winds that are going to be here through tomorrow morning into tomorrow night. The rapid intensification that's going to happen over the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico doesn't have anything to slow it down, essentially, and all it's going to do is just sit there in that warm water and continue to churn closer to Florida. So the track on this, currently 125-mile-an-hour winds. It was a Category 3 storm and upgraded to a major hurricane earlier this morning. This is going to further intensify to potentially a Category 4 storm with 140-mile-an-hour winds as it stays just west of Key West. Now it's going to track up into and closer to Tampa by the time we get into early tomorrow morning. Let's see what's going on here. Potentially that landfall early Thursday morning as a Category 3 just north of Tampa. It's going to be the Sarasota area all the way down into Cape Coral and Naples, all of the west coast of Florida getting ready for this, especially with the storm surge. Still hanging on potentially to Category 1 speed winds as it heads up toward Jacksonville and then makes more of a northerly turn up into Georgia and the Carolinas, checking basically back into an area of low pressure by the time we get into early Sunday morning. But that's going to be just south of us, and we'll have the potential impacts from that storm by the time we get to the weekend. Man, things are nice and calm here. We definitely like that for sure as we look out over the Domino sugar sign this morning. Temperatures are in the mid to upper 50s for us, and we're going to keep those 50s around here over the next couple of hours. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure to just at least have a light jacket on for them. 70 by noontime and recess, and lower 70s when you pick the kids up this afternoon. Overall, a mild afternoon. Check these numbers here, too. The next 7 days, our numbers basically staying below average with overnight lows in the 50s and highs only in the 70s. There's the remnants from Ian late Saturday afternoon into Sunday. Sunday's going to be wet for that Ravens game at M&T, and then we'll keep some of that rain and that wind from Ian into Monday of next week. All right, let's check in on mass transit right now. Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 841 canceled. Not due to freight train congestion. A better bet might be the Penn line to avoid the Camden line cancellations this morning and this afternoon. Out there on Light Rail Link, single tracking on Light Rail Link between Woodbury and Lutherville. Related to maintenance ongoing, expect about a 20-minute delay at present. Allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Link also has single tracking. It's between Owings Mills and Old Court. Expect delays. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Changes could be coming to Baltimore City leadership and how long they can stay in office. Still ahead, how you could make it a reality.
Is the world ready? I'm Christine Frizan with a look at the latest nuclear threats from Vladimir Putin and how leaders here in Washington are responding.
5:54, and the war in Ukraine carries on past its 7th month, and now viable victories for the country on the receiving end of the attack are piling up, and now Russian President Vladimir Putin is changing his strategy.
That's right. If he is successful, he'll more than double the number of Russian troops fighting in Ukraine, and is warning nuclear weapons may also be part of the plan. National correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us a closer look at where things stand.
It's being called a partial mobilization, a plan to draft 300,000 more Russian men into the fight. But in his first address to the nation since the war began, President Vladimir Putin's revelation was followed by a threat.
And if the territorial integrity of our country is threatened, to defend and protect our country and our people, we will use all the means that we have. And I'm not bluffing.
Some call it a turning point in the war. Desperation turning to escalation.
He wants to scare the whole world. These are the first steps of his nuclear blackmail.
U.S. leaders calling it irresponsible and loose rhetoric.
Vladimir Putin has a clear way out of the war he started, and that's to end it. If Russia stops fighting, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends.
What remains unclear for now is what the U.S. strategy is or should be. The White House counseling the country to stay calm while insisting private conversations with the Kremlin are far more unrelenting.
We want to lay down the principle that there would be catastrophic consequences, but not engage in a game of rhetorical tit for tat. So the Russians understand where we are.
Much of the world for now looking at it through a political lens of a dictator growing desperate. But consider this simulation created by researchers at Princeton University, laying out a potential plan, including Russia and NATO each targeting each other's 30 most populated cities, with estimates that within a few hours, 90 million people would be dead or injured. A daunting interpretation of the consequences of war. Ukraine now confirming it's gotten new high-level weapons from the West, an example of U.S. leaders saying they're undeterred. But for Putin, it's yet another example his war is already being waged against the West. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Now, Russia grants citizenship to Edward Snowden. He is the former U.S. national security contractor who fled prosecution in the U.S. after leaking highly classified material. Snowden has been living in Russia since 2013. Russian President Putin signed the decree yesterday welcoming 75 national or foreign nationals. Snowden has not renounced his American citizenship.
Our position has not changed. Mr. Snowden should return to the United States, where he should face justice as any other American citizen would. Perhaps the only thing that has changed is that as a result of his Russian citizenship, apparently now he may well be conscripted to fight in Russia's war in Ukraine.
Well, right now, Moscow is mobilizing its reservists to fight in Ukraine, including those with dual citizenship. In Russia, most men are considered reservists until they are 65. Snowden's 39, but he's never served in the Russian armed forces. His attorney claims he's not eligible to be called up.
5:58 in your consumer news. The Congressional Budget Office is warning student loan forgiveness is going to cost the government $400 billion over the course of 30 years. President Joe Biden's plan forgives $10,000 in federal student loans for people who earn less than $125,000. People who received federal Pell Grants are eligible for up to $20,000 in debt forgiveness. The Department of Education plans to release applications for the program next month. No debt has been forgiven yet.
There's a growing concern about violence in Baltimore impacting children after a 15-year-old was shot. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear those concerns and also from witnesses.
A potential change to how the city is run now in the hands of voters. Coming up, we are live with the announcement happening right here at City Hall this morning.
And right here at home, we continue to track Hurricane Ian, the impacts we will have potentially this weekend, and a look ahead at our forecast as well. We'll take it all through. We'll go through it all coming up in just a few.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and while there is a major storm headed our way to the U.S., our meteorologist, he's getting ready for it. He's just cracking his knuckles over it.
He is. He's been tracking it. I mean, a lot going on with that.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, Patrice. Tom, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone, as well. We appreciate you being here with us live and local. That rapid intensification, which, again, if you're just waking up and joining us right now, wiping the sleep from your eyes, we've got Hurricane Ian as now a Category 3 storm with 125-mile-an-hour sustained winds, some stronger wind gusts as well as it heads toward the U.S. It did make landfall at 4:30 in Cuba this morning. We are looking really nice right now. We've got some clouds kind of hanging around, and that has kept our temperatures a little bit more on the milder side. I mean, maybe still a bit of a chill, but 57 in Westminster, 58 in Baltimore City right now, and 56 in Bel Air, while we're at 61 in Annapolis. So a cool Tuesday morning, and actually it's going to be a bit cooler this afternoon than yesterday with the breezy conditions as well, and those temperatures staying below average for this time of year. Mr. Bo says maybe get those bun warmers on in the heat, or if you'd like, maybe crack the windows. Upper 50s over the next couple of hours on your morning drive. We'll have another look at what we can expect with our forecast and an update on this storm as well coming up in a few. How's it looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Roads look great right now, Justin. Lens Solar Traffic Network showing the area cameras here. No slowdowns at all throughout the region on the Baltimore areas.
6:01 in a city in crisis. Violent crime across Baltimore is up 5% compared to this time last year. That includes murders and non-fatal shootings. Young lives in Baltimore continue to feel the impacts of the crime and violence. The latest incident leaving a 15-year-old hurt.
Yeah, and this morning, the search is on for the gunman who opened fire near Clifton Park, hitting 3 people, including the teen.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Northeast Baltimore. Police are trying to figure out who did this. Is that right, Olivia?
Yeah, that's right, Tom and Patrice. Police are still looking for the gunman who opened fire just a couple miles away from here near Clifton Park. And as you mentioned, a 15-year-old was among those shot. Now, the incident happened in broad daylight yesterday on East 29th Street. And you're looking at video now from the scene, but there were 3 people hit by gunfire, including that 15-year-old and also a 23 and 25-year-old. Thankfully, they're all expected to survive, but witnesses in the area are describing what they heard.
Like I said, it just sounded like loud boom. It had been 30 to 60 rounds, within about less than 10 seconds. My partner was outside and saw people fleeing the area.
Officers spent most of the afternoon questioning residents in the block, searching for clues. But again, at this time, no suspects have been named or arrested. And residents tell us that there were young children outside on the street when the shots rang out. And concerns are growing as homicide is now the leading cause of death among children in Baltimore.
These kids are going to kindergarten, and when they go into kindergarten, they're drawing pictures of guns and dead bodies because that's their experience. We've got to change the narrative.
And data shows that homicides are up compared to this time last year. And as concerns grow, more are hoping that city leaders will step up. But of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This is just the latest shooting to involve a teenager. At the beginning of the month, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogden was shot and killed on the grounds of Merville High School. The shooter, a 17-year-old from another school. On that same day, just hours later, 14-year-old Travis Slaughter was shot and killed in Pikesville, not far from Milford Mill Academy. Another student was also injured in that incident.
Last week of September already proving to be violent with multiple incidents in just a matter of hours. First happening just after 7 last night at the intersection of 4th Street and Patapsco Avenue in South Baltimore. The scene is on the right-hand side of your screen there. A man was shot in his neck and he's expected to be okay. Then just 4 minutes later, police in Southwest Baltimore say they found a body in a car along Griffiths Avenue. It's not clear how the person died, but police are calling it a homicide.
6:04 and now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Should Baltimore City elected officials have term limits? That is a question that will be on your ballot come Election Day.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the big announcement happening in just a few hours. Shannon.
Yeah, this is an announcement, Tom, that could potentially change how the city is run. And that press conference announcing that potential change will happen right here outside of City Hall this morning. So let's get you right to the details here. We know that term limits for elected officials will be question K on your ballot. This is an announcement being made by the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, this morning. Now, community leaders and activists will be out here around 11 a.m., so you can expect to see Giovanni Patterson and Carville Collins, among others. But what do we know, though, about question K and the potential term limits for elected leaders? Well, if passed, members of City Council, the president of City Council, the mayor, and the comptroller will not hold office for more than 2 consecutive full terms of office. And in no event will they hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. Now, this provision, though, would not prevent an elected member from seeking other elected offices at that time. Now, if an elected member does take office as a result of a removal or a vacancy under this provision, that elected member would only be able to hold office for the remainder of their predecessor's unexpired term and 1 consecutive full term after that. So some major potential changes that are now in the hands of voters come Election Day. That's November 8th. And we know also, Tom and Patrice, we're expecting to learn a lot more about all of this right here at City Hall again at 11 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, from the Live Center for you this morning, Hurricane Ian has made landfall in Cuba as a Category 3 storm. It's on path to hit Florida, and it could make landfall there as a major hurricane. It will most likely hit either late tomorrow night or early Thursday morning, possibly as a Cat 3 or higher. Now, because of that, we now have that hurricane warnings posted for the Tampa Bay area, with millions on alert from the Panhandle all the way through the Keys. Tampa Bay is especially prone to storm surge. Water could be 8 to 10 feet above ground in some spots.
That's life-threatening storm surge. It's, I'm 6 feet tall, so that's potentially water 2 feet above my head in some of these areas here.
Flooding and storm surge are the #1 cause of death in a hurricane. Tampa General Hospital is installing what's known as an Aqua Fence. You see it right there. It's all in an effort to keep water out of the hospital. They are on the water in downtown Tampa. Now, to show you what they're up against, this is video of the storm surge in Grand Cayman as Ian just brushed past that island. Keep in mind, this wasn't even a direct hit. We can see scenes like this along hundreds of miles of Florida's west coast. Governor Larry Hogan says Maryland is keeping a close eye on the hurricane, promising in a tweet that emergency management teams are watching the storm's predicted path and will be ready to respond in our state if we are impacted.
NASA scientists successfully crashed into an asteroid. Just ahead, how scientists hope to use a similar strategy to protect Earth from future incoming asteroids.
And temps this morning are mainly in the 50s, a few 60s out there as well. We'll take a look at our fall weather this week, as well as the impacts from Ian locally. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Welcome back, everybody. Weather Authority forecast here 10 minutes after 6 o'clock. Gorgeous morning here in Baltimore, the Towson area, with a few of those clouds out there. Sun doesn't come up until another 40 minutes or so from right now. And we're going to see plenty of sunshine and the wind that will be with us later today as well. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We're in the mid to upper 50s. Overall, your jogging cast looking good. Update on Ian as well as what we can expect here locally. It's all coming up in a few. Patrice?
All right, 6:10, take a look at this. NASA scientists successfully crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. These are pictures of the DART spacecraft approaching and then making impact yesterday on Dimorphos. It's part of a planetary defense test.
Yeah, so think of the movie Armageddon, where crews were trying to see if they can divert this harmless rock, space rock, off of its course right now. This asteroid is not a threat to Earth. This is just a test to see if it's possible should the need arise. The asteroid is about 7 million miles away, and DART is about the size of a vending machine. It plowed into it going about 14,000 miles per hour.
All we've done here actually is change slightly how Dimorphos goes around Didymos, right? And the telescopes on the Earth have studied this for years, so we knew it used to be 11 hours and 55 minutes. What is it going to be now? And so the telescopes are going to measure that period change, and they're so good at this. They've done it for decades already to get us to that point.
Scientists will be going over the data for the next few weeks to see how effective the impact was. They're expecting a shift of about 1%, which may not sound like a lot, but over time, it actually could create significant change.
Those experts also say we have technology to give us decades notice when something is headed towards Earth, unlike Hollywood movies where we just have days to try and save the world.
Well, the governor of Florida is declaring a state of emergency as Hurricane Ian gets closer. Just ahead, what he says that residents need to prepare for.
Iranians are now rising up in protest following the death of a woman who was supposedly dressed inappropriately. Just ahead, what the country is doing to stop the protest and what the White House is saying this morning. 6:12 is the time.
6:15 and making headlines, the Iranian regime is pledging to squash protests following the death of a young woman in a detention center. Tehran's guidance patrol said she was improperly dressed, and that is when they took her into custody. 3 days later, in September, she was dead. That is when the protests broke out, and they've been going on ever since. According to Iranian state TV, 41 people have died since the protests began. More than 1,200 people have been arrested. Iran's foreign ministry is blaming the U.S. and the West for allegedly supporting the protests. The White House condemned the death of the young woman.
Mahsa Amini's death after injuries, as you all know, sustained while in police custody for wearing an improper hijab is an appalling and egregious affront to human rights.
According to her family, doctors said she had brain damage upon arriving at the hospital. Iranian authorities say the 22-year-old died of a heart attack. Well, this morning we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, touches base with residents as the Hurricane Ian rapidly intensifies and then heads towards the state's west coast, urging them to get prepared.
It will bring heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, along with isolated tornado activity along Florida's Gulf Coast. Floridians up and down the Gulf Coast should feel the impacts of this as up to 36 hours before actual landfall due to the size of the hurricane. This is a really, really big hurricane at this point.
Voluntary evacuations are already underway, and some school districts have announced closures. The Florida Department of Transportation is suspending tolls at facilities in Tampa Bay to avoid traffic issues.
And Governor DeSantis has declared a state of emergency along with President Biden to coordinate disaster relief to those impacted regions. Residents should be prepared for power outages, flooding, and intense storm surge.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is joining us now. You've been tracking Ian as well, Justin.
Yeah, good morning. Patrice Tomlin woke up this morning to a major hurricane as that storm rapidly intensifies. I believe we have a live picture, too. This is from Key West High School. Obviously, it's before the sun comes up, but Tom pulled the shot up a little while ago, and it didn't look as bad, and those lights are not lightning. Those are actually just lights off in the distance, but definitely already seeing some rain and even some thunderstorms in southern Florida, some of the outer bands of this storm. Let's talk about it right now, and you can see a Category 3 storm. It made landfall in Cuba about 4:30 this morning, and it's quickly moving over the western edge of Cuba. It is now going to get back into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's when we're going to see even more of an intensification. So look at the eye right there. There's the very well-defined eye, and it doesn't have much longer to go before it gets back into those waters of the Gulf. In fact, right now, in terms of the center of the storm in Tampa, we're looking at about 348 miles away. That's the center of the storm. This storm, doesn't matter if the center hits or not, will impact the entire state, as we're already seeing some of those outer bands there. And this is what we're talking about with the strong winds. This thing's going to get up more than likely to a Category 4 storm. So you get that 140, 145 mile an hour wind, and that just barrels right toward the state of Florida. We've talked about storm surge at 8 to 10 feet. And this is what we're looking at, the storm surge warnings all along the West Coast, especially there in Tampa Bay. It's going to be right into that area where we have all of that open water. And that's why folks are getting the sandbags ready. Hopefully are getting out of Dodge and trying to get to higher ground and making sure to stay safe as well. This is a look at our Hurricane Ian track, and currently the maximum sustained winds are 125, but look at that wind gust at 155. So the wind gust puts it at a Cat 5 only for the gusts, but we're going to see this thing definitely strengthen as we get into the next couple of hours. And even by early tomorrow morning, it's going to be just to the south and west of Tampa, more than likely as a Category 4. Now it looks like landfall is going to be just north of Tampa early Thursday morning. But don't focus on the landfall. Focus on the fact that the eastern half of the storm, or the eastern side of the storm, is where we have the strongest winds and where we have the biggest chance for that storm surge that could impact a lot of people. Right up through northern Florida into Georgia and the Carolinas by the time we get into the weekend. And then for us here, we're going to see that rain start to pick up as early as Saturday afternoon and evening. Really, Sunday is when we'll have the biggest impacts from Ian here at home. But the good news, it's mainly just going to be some rain showers and some breezy to windy conditions. We're not looking at anything like Sandy from 10 years ago. Here's a look at our live cam here in Towson, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, with a few clouds kind of hanging around right now. And those clouds have kept our temperatures a little bit milder. Overall, still not bad as you rise and shine and enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us this morning with those mid to upper 50s into the next couple of hours and 61 by 9 a.m. Hank the Bird, well, he's excited today because we got some more wind out there. Yeah, that's what he's talking about on the Bird is the Word cast, right about 70 into that noon hour today. And temps this afternoon will get into the lower 70s across central Maryland. Typically mid 70s is where we are this time of year. So we'll keep that below average trend all the way through the end of the week. You can see Saturday and Sunday. That's when that rain moves in. Unfortunately, it's right in time for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon, and even that rain left over into Monday of next week. Let's get a check on our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Mark, earlier you had some issues. One of those lines were closed. What's going on now?
Yeah, a couple cancellations this morning and a couple in the afternoon affecting the Camden line service. You'll find right now at present train 840, part of the cancellation. It's canceled, and it was 841 earlier, but that train is out of the way now. So do allow extra time for travel out there on the Camden line as a result of freight train congestion, or use the Penn line as a better bet for the next couple of weeks. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find single tracking between Woodbury and Lutherville stations. That's related to maintenance. At present, expect about a 20-minute delay on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link, also single tracking between Owings Mills and Old Court. Allow time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Frustrations are growing as fraudsters steal food stamps from more Baltimore families. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the state is responding.
Stop scrolling TikTok now and make sure that you're not sharing your personal information. The steps you need to follow to keep your private information safe. 6:22 is the time.
.24. You may be sharing some of your personal information on TikTok without even knowing it. Consumer Reports reveals the TikTok privacy settings you should adjust right now. Whether you're new to TikTok or you've been watching videos for years, Consumer Reports says it might be time to think about adjusting the app's default privacy settings. Start with who can see your profile.
So setting your whole TikTok account to private is a great way to get a little bit more control over who can see the stuff on your profile.
While TikTok is a social media company, it makes its money through advertising, just like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram.
Something that's really valuable for tech companies is building out a huge network of everyone that you know, your friends, your family, your coworkers, and they present it as a way for you to find your acquaintances on TikTok, which can be great, but it also gives the tech companies a lot of information about you, and you might not want to do that.
To make sure the app doesn't have access to your contacts or Facebook friends, toggle those settings off. And just above that setting, you can tell TikTok not to suggest your account to your contacts, Facebook friends, and others. That is, if you're not interested in having followers on the platform. TikTok and other companies use more than just your information about your friends and family for their targeted ad campaigns.
So you might not realize it, but TikTok has code spread all over the internet on websites and apps to collect data about things you do when you're not on TikTok. Now, there's nothing you can do to stop that entirely, but you can use a setting to control whether TikTok can use that data for targeted ads, and that's a good idea to protect your privacy.
And to protect yourself from hackers, not only on TikTok, but on other apps as well, Consumer Reports says one of the most important things you can do is set up multi-factor authentication.
That's that thing where they send you a code, right, through a text or an email, so you need not only your password, but also access to your phone or your email account to get in.
It's that extra layer of security that does a lot to keep the bad guys out. Consumer Reports says although these settings will help, you can never expect total privacy when using social media. Starting off mild this morning, meteorologist Justin Chambers is back in a few with how our temperatures are shaping up for the first full week of fall.
More than 1,000 desks empty inside city schools. Coming up, what the school system is doing to track down these missing students and why time is of the essence. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Look at that. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning as you're taking a beautiful live look over the Inner Harbor this morning. That's a really nice shot to wake up to.
It is. My goodness, the Inner Harbor looks swimmable. Don't, but it does look like it's swimmable.
Well, for a few reasons, because it's probably chilly water.
Probably very cold.
We'll say
right.
That's the number one reason. Good
Plus,
morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Plus, legal requires us to say do not actually swim.
We don't want the trash wheel to scoop us up either.
That's right.
Because the trash wheels are doing their thing, and, it's a whole thing. Hey, by the way, we're waking up 3.5 games out of the wild card spot, guys. 9 games left. O's got the win in Boston. We got to keep having other people lose, and we got to keep winning. But look at that. I mean, this is it. The last, week-ish days of the baseball season. Yeah, nice. Pretty cool. Now, let's take a look at our forecast if you want to do some swimming today. Probably not the best day. I mean, a lot of those pools are already shut down for the season. Did you get yours shut down, Tom? Is it done?
Shut it down yesterday morning and the night before, apparently.
Okay. All right. Well, good to go. 47 in Cumberland, 56 in Hagerstown right now. We're at 53 in Gaithersburg and upper 50s in Baltimore and Bel Air at this time. So a cool Tuesday morning. We will be slightly cooler this afternoon, keeping the wind with us and numbers that'll come down by about 5 or 6 degrees. Those numbers will stay actually below average for today. So maybe you need those bun warmers on in the car, as Mr. Bose says, get that heater flow going, upper 50s and into the lower 60s by 9 a.m. We'll top out at 72 today, and then upper 60s and lower 70s will continue into Wednesday and Thursday, but we've got plenty of sunshine as well. Now, we're tracking that big storm right there, Hurricane Ian. The impacts that Ian could have here locally, I'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice, Tom?
All right, Justin, thank you. 6:32 and developing this morning and trending on FoxBaltimore.com. Fraudsters are stealing food stamps and cash assistance benefits from hundreds of Marylanders.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what's being done to protect benefits and the search now for the thieves. Olivia.
Well, the state says as of last month, there have been 693 cases of electronic benefits fraud, and they're trying to track down those responsible. However, we learned those benefits are not being replaced after they're stolen, and Elizabeth Baltiera is among the victims. She's a Baltimore mom of 3, and she says at the start of the month, her funds were stolen. Her benefit card statement shows $900 withdrawn from an ATM in Florida.
And it said that there was a withdrawal in the amount of $900 from Coconut Grove, Florida, and it happened at 1:58 a.m. Never used my card in Florida. Like I said, I use that to take care of me and my 3 kids, and so it's been hard.
Baltiera says she received a letter from the state saying they found no evidence of fraudulent activity on her account, and she is far from alone. Just last week at a hearing with state lawmakers, it was reported that there have been 693 cases of the EBT fraud, including both temporary cash assistance and food stamp programs. The monetary value of fraud from June, July, and August totaling nearly $296,000. The executive director for the Department of Human Services Family Investment Administration said, quote, federal regulations are very clear in that federal funding cannot be used to reimburse stolen SNAP benefits, and the department does not have the temporary cash assistance funds appropriated for this purpose, end quote. But DHS tells us it's working with state and federal law enforcement to try and track down those responsible for the fraud, all while victims like Baltiera are just hoping that it doesn't happen again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And now to the crisis in the classroom. We are not even a month into the school year with more than 1,000 Baltimore City school students being marked missing.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now live from downtown Baltimore with more on what's being done to try to find them. Shannon.
Yeah, right now, Patrice, city schools tell us they're doing everything they can to try to contact and track down these 1,300 students. That's how many desks are sitting empty in classrooms even just so far this school year. So to put that into perspective for you, there's about 78,000 students enrolled in Baltimore City schools. That means 1 in every 60 students either have not come to school at all so far this year, or they have more than 10 unexcused absences.
We're here to support you and to figure out what we can do to get your child back in school.
Yeah, so that was Tanya Crawford-Williams with the Office of Student Conduct, and she says over the weekend, she spearheaded a phone bank with about a dozen or so volunteers. Now, each volunteer had a list of students that they called, and they did manage to connect with about half of those students that are currently unaccounted for, but hundreds, Tom and Patrice, still remain.
Now, Shannon, have they received any excuses for why these students are missing?
Yeah, so Tom, there's really no one reason. Crawford-Williams says that it's a combination of things like homelessness, loss of jobs, poverty, and trauma that these families are dealing with that are keeping these kids from coming to school. But she also says, surprisingly, this problem is no worse this year than it's been in previous years. And one other key thing to note, though, Tom, is that those enrollment numbers are actually due this coming Friday. So with students missing, that means the school system could get less funding. So time is really of the essence to track down these students. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:36. We are tracking Hurricane Ian this morning from the Live Center. It made landfall this morning in Cuba. This is a live look now at the Fox 45 Weather Authority HD radar. You can see it there over Cuba, but making its way here toward the Florida area. Now, the next round of mandatory evacuations is happening in Pinellas County this morning. That is where St. Petersburg is. As you can see, heavy traffic on Interstate 4 as people are starting to evacuate. The tail lights you see there, those are the cars that are leaving Tampa and heading inland toward Orlando, just anywhere away from the coast. Now, there are more than 300,000 people in mandatory evacuation zones around Tampa Bay alone. Officials warning that those who ignore evacuation orders do so at their own risk.
I want everyone to understand the seriousness of this situation. And again, don't wait till the last minute. We can replace possessions, but we can't bring anybody back to life.
Storm surge and flooding is the #1 killer in hurricanes, and Tampa Bay could be looking at up to 10 feet of storm surge. That is measured as water 10 feet above ground, well over any of our heads. Inland flooding also a major concern as Ian slows down on approach to Florida. Parts of central Florida could see more than a foot of rain. Isolated spots 20 inches or more. Now, another live look at the radar this morning. Current expectations show landfall near Tampa Bay early Thursday morning, and it's coming in as a strong hurricane. But the impacts could be felt statewide and into the southeastern United States as that storm moves inland. The conflict in Ukraine is heating up again this morning. Just ahead, what President Putin is planning now and the unrest happening in Russia because of it.
The first week of fall staying mainly dry and cool. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know more about the impacts from Ian here at home.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Sunsets in North Carolina's Blue Ridge Mountains are simply beautiful. You can appreciate the colors as well as the peaks of the mountains below. This stunning sunset set the sky on fire in southwest Virginia, and sunrise on Monday morning made for this fantastic shot along Fort Morgan Beach in Alabama. We do not know if the fish were biting.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
6:41, a Halloween decoration goes beyond spooky in Illinois.
Yeah, in fact, it looks like a real girl who's dressed as Sadie Sink's Max Mayfield character from Stranger Things is just hovering in midair. It's not a real person, it's actually a mannequin, but the family behind it is keeping it, how it works, a mystery. They posted it on TikTok, the recreation getting more than 14 million views and being recognized by Netflix.
I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, move away from credit cards and start breaking out the cash. Just ahead this morning, the 4 benefits of using cash as interest rates rise again.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Tom Brady throwing more than just footballs. Just ahead, how Brady's rage is affecting all NFL teams. .44 and in your morning news right now, the search is on for the gunman responsible of opening fire in Clifton Park, shooting 3 people. Olivia Dance is joining us live. And Olivia, what can you tell us about what actually happened?
Well, Tom, as you mentioned, police are still searching for the gunman responsible, but the incident happened yesterday in broad daylight, and 3 people were struck by gunfire, including a 15-year-old boy, as well as a 23 and 25-year-old. Thankfully, though, they're all expected to survive. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear the growing concerns about violence impacting children in Baltimore. Back to you.
Should Baltimore City elected officials have term limits? That is a question that will be on your ballot come Election Day. Shannon Lilly is joining us live. Shannon, what do we know about, there's an announcement happening today?
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. This announcement, this press conference happening right here outside of City Hall this morning in just a few hours. And community leaders are going to be announcing that you, the voters, now have the opportunity to weigh in on just how long elected officials stay in office. In fact, term limits are going to be on your ballot come November. And so if this is passed, then the mayor and city council would not be allowed to stay in office for more than 2 consecutive terms. But stay with us, because in just 15 minutes, I'm going to break this down further, and I'll have more details on that press conference that is set to happen this morning. Now back to you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Trending now, every NFL team will pay for Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Tom Brady's rage. In fact, take a look at this. Brady smashing 2 tablets during a Week 2 win over the New Orleans Saints. Footage of Brady throwing and likely breaking one tablet was shown on the broadcast. The NFL gave all 32 teams now a warning. So the question comes, do all 32 teams deserve a warning for one person's rage? And shouldn't he just buy a couple more tablets and be done with it?
I mean, he can afford it.
And what was the warning? Yeah, I think that should have been singled to him.
Fines and possible loss of players. Like you won't be able to play in games if you're
caught doing something like that.
Yeah.
Huh,
so did he get any kind of punishment?
No.
So the person who did it didn't get a punishment, but you're warning everybody that you can get a punishment.
If you do this again.
Hello, Tom Brady.
Right, exactly. All the more reason.
I mean, look, he's going to be on our air next year as a color commentator on Fox. He already has a job, right? I'm just saying, I don't want to talk badly about him too much because he's going to be on our station, but he's a petulant child.
We talk badly about you all the time.
No, we're here with us.
I'm just saying, he's a little whiny baby.
He is.
Come on, that's annoying.
It is, but I mean, he's smashed 3 of them so far this season, and you're going, okay. So then they put a blanket statement out to all other teams, like, hey, next person that smashes one is getting fined.
But that's ridiculous because if you're the only one that's doing that, what conversation has been had with you and your team?
And he should be fine. So
he should be.
So all right. 6:48 is your time.
No, I was just trying to think how many.
We can go on about
He did
this.
it last year. So how many tablets has he smashed? 4 or 5? That's about what, $8,000 or $9,000 for those.
I mean, yeah, those are they're not
the ones that we have on our desk right here.
Yeah, they're the Surface things, right?
Yeah.
See, if Tom ever gets really angry at me. We're going to take a shot. He's going to be like, dang it, Chambers. And he's just going to throw the Surface tablet down. Please don't.
I won't. Okay. I'll get fined.
I don't want anybody to get fined. Good morning, everybody. What a gorgeous shot it is right now. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, calm. We're liking that, right? Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. A few clouds kind of hanging around, and temperatures are not too bad. Actually, a little milder than yesterday morning. As the kids get out to the bus stop on this Tuesday, beep, beep, 57 next hour. We'll be at 70 by noontime and recess. It will be a bit breezy later this afternoon, even windy as well, with lower 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Golfers, at least a 1 club wind, if not 2, later today. This morning will be calmer, but by the afternoon, that wind is going to pick up. And temperatures that will stay below average should top out right about 72 today. The sun comes up in just a few minutes from right now and goes to bed tonight at 6:56 on your Tuesday, Hump Day Eve. Mid-70s is typically where we are this time of year. In Carroll and Baltimore counties, a lot of you in the upper 60s. That's about all we're going to see. 71 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 72 Perry Hall and White Marsh, down through Dundalk and Middle River. And temps up and down the East Coast will be mainly in the low to mid-70s for Baltimore and Philly down through D.C. 66 in Cumberland and mid-70s down the ocean there. So it's actually warmer to the east. Now, if you are going to fly today, pilots, overall, good day, VFR conditions, but a bit breezy, especially with that crosswind coming in, that westerly wind at about 270. So just be aware of that. All right, taking a look at our future scan. We're dry today and tomorrow. We're going to keep that dry air in place and pick up that wind as well. Shifting our focus to Ian, which is still a Category 3 storm. This will more than likely become a Category 4 storm and impact the Gulf Coast of Tampa and Florida. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing the potential for tornadoes and thunderstorms. They've already put a tornado watch for parts of southern Florida and the Key West area. Not yet. They're about to, I should say. So also the storm surge. And this is an area, a lot of the buildings built in Tampa, they haven't had a major hurricane hit since the 20s. And so the building codes are basically, or a lot of the buildings were built, after or before Andrew, when they had those building codes that were updated. So folks, they're really getting ready for this, and hopefully everyone can stay safe. You can see the track on Ian, a Cat 4 over the open waters of the Gulf into early tomorrow morning, still maintaining that Cat 4 strength. And now the landfall takes it just north of Tampa by early Thursday morning, possibly with 120-mile-an-hour winds as a Category 3. Now for us, we're going to see some rain and that wind pickup by the time we get into this weekend. And you can see that on our 7-day forecast. Lower 70s basically for the next 4 or 5 days with overnight lows into the 50s. Rain really possibly late on Saturday evening. Fells Fest should be fine on Saturday morning. Sunday, however, for the Ravens game, it is going to be wet. That's when we'll see the most rain roll in and some of that rain left over into Monday of next week. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Not good at all on the outer loop here. Wow. Taking a look at it, we are hearing about a crash. This is right in Woodlawn. The outer loop, they just started letting the right lane get by there. 3 vehicles are causing the backup to Liberty Road. So 2 lanes and the left shoulder, they're still closed. They just started letting vehicles go by on the right, but you can see there's a little bit of a mess. This will be around for a little while as you're taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network.
Hundreds of students in Virginia are planning to walk out of class today. Still ahead, the outrage spreading over the state's revised model for transgender policies.
And the Orioles are staying alive in their playoff push. Just ahead this morning, their wild card chances.
And maybe Tom Brady's rage is because he doesn't eat bread and he doesn't drink caffeine.
Yeah, maybe he just needs a coffee break. Hashtag save the tablets, Tom. Wash.
6:55, students at nearly 100 schools are expected to take part in a walkout today in response to Governor Glenn Youngkin's new proposed school policy that impacts transgender and non-binary students.
Joy Wang with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. is joining us live from Falls Church, Virginia, with our high school in Fairfax County. Joy, this is the walkout is a grassroots movement that students started, right?
Yeah, in fact, students right here in Virginia, in Fairfax County, started the Pride Liberation Project, and they're the ones organizing all of these walkouts across the state of Virginia, many of them telling me that they're not just concerned about the mental health of the students and the safety of the students, but also the mental health of the teachers and other students around them.
We're really doing this to show not just, the Board of Education that, we don't want this, but also that these students are supported. Like, they do have a community behind them, and they're not alone, no matter where they are in Virginia.
The students I spoke with also brought up concerns there's a mental health crisis in the queer community and their peers could be taken out of counseling. Right now, many school districts allow students to choose which pronouns they use, which bathrooms and locker rooms they use, and which sports they play based on the gender identity without their parents' permission. Governor Youngkin's proposed policy, though, that he campaigned on will change that. Casey Calabria is a senior at McLean High School and identifies as queer and non-binary. She says the change takes away a student's right to privacy and would treat students like their parents' property instead of their own independent people.
I am so fortunate and so grateful that my parents have been understanding and have taken the time to listen to me and understand what it means for me to be queer. But not every single student has that, whether it's parents who just outright don't understand. They don't necessarily reject the student, but they don't understand. To those who are actively abusive to their queer kids, every single kind of that family exists in Virginia.
Many of these students I spoke with, again, also bringing up that they're hoping the district will work with them and stand up against this policy. For now, live in Falls Church, Virginia, Joy Wang, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Joy. Now, we're also hearing from Governor Youngkin about the controversial policy. Here's what he says about the implementation of it.
You either think that parents should be engaged in this decision, which is what I firmly believe, it's what Virginia voters expressed loudly last year, or you think that parents should be excluded from this decision. I think that all schools must comply because that's the law.
Well, the new policies are expected to take effect October 27th. Parents, students, community members can all weigh in on the controversial new policy involving transgender students in Virginia public schools. Public comment forum now open in the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall website. So far, there are more than 14,000 responses. 6:58 and in your consumer news this morning, the Biden administration targeting hidden fees in the airline industry. President Biden announcing a new initiative requiring airlines and travel search websites to disclose additional fees up front. Carry over to the entertainment industry. That could include fees or for change or cancel a flight, baggage costs, or charges to get a seat next to your child. Biden also hopes it will encourage more competition among airlines to offer better prices.
You should know the full cost of your ticket right when you're comparison shopping to begin with what airline you're going to fly with. So you can pick the ticket that actually is the best deal for you.
According to the Department of Transportation, last year airlines made $5.3 billion in baggage fees and nearly $700 million in cancellation and change fees.
A potential change to how the city is run now in the hands of voters. Coming up, we are live with the announcement happening right here at City Hall this morning.
There were children, elementary school age children on the street when it happened.
Now the search is on for the gunman responsible for firing shots just a couple blocks from Clifton Park, injuring 3, including a teen.
Temperatures not too bad this morning. Sun is up now, and we'll take a look at how those numbers shape up for the first week of fall. Also tracking Hurricane Ian. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast, especially with the Hurricane Ian now looking at Florida.
Yeah, exactly right. Both of you, Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. It's Tuesday, yeah, and we are taking a look at that as well as what we can expect right here at home. Really pretty shot. If you have a moment to take a look at that TV screen right now, that sun coming up in Towson with just a few clouds out there, making for a very pretty sunrise. So numbers are mainly in the low to mid 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. We're at 59 in Dundalk, over to Essex and Middle River, and 57 as you wake up with us in Bel Air. So a cool Tuesday morning. It will be slightly cooler this afternoon, and we do keep the wind with us as well, and those temperatures staying below average. So Mr. Bo says, yeah, get the heater flow going, upper 50s over the next couple of hours, and on our way to 61 by 9 a.m. And we're going to stay in the upper 60s for some of you in Carroll and northern Baltimore counties, 69 Westminster, Towson also at that number with 72 in Perry Hall and White Marsh later today. But we are back with your full forecast, including Ian right there, that strong Category 3 storm. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. All right, Tom, a closer look on the roads right now. What's up?
Yeah, we just had that one accident that really is causing some headaches for the outer loop here, 695. You're taking a look at the Len-Stoller traffic network, and you see the camera right there, the flashing lights. 3 vehicles barely involved. We got 2 moved over into the shoulder there, the median, center median, so 2 lanes are getting by, but it's causing backup all the way up into 795. You can see it right there, plus a slight delay if you're going on the inner loop. I guess people just stopping to look what's going on.
In a city in crisis, violent crime across Baltimore is up 5% compared to this time last year. That includes murders and non-fatal shootings. Young lives in Baltimore continuing to feel the impacts of crime and violence. The latest incident leaving a 15-year-old hurt.
And this morning, the search is on for the gunman who opened fire right near Clifton Park, hitting 3 people, including the teen.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Northeast Baltimore as police are working to find out who did this. Olivia.
Patrice and Tom, police are still searching for the gunman responsible of opening fire just a couple miles away from here near Clifton Park. And as you mentioned, a 15-year-old kid was among those shot. Now, the incident happened yesterday in broad daylight on East 29th Street. And you're looking at video from the scene right now. But 3 people were hit by gunfire, including that 15-year-old as well as a 23 and 25-year-old. Thankfully, though, they're all expected to survive. But witnesses in the area are describing what they heard.
Like I said, it just sounded like loud boom. It had been 30 to 60 rounds, within about less than 10 seconds. My partner was outside and saw people fleeing the area.
Officers spent most of the afternoon questioning residents in the block, searching for clues. But again, at this time, no suspects have been named or arrested. And residents tell us that there were young children outside on the street when the shots rang out. And concerns are growing as homicide is now the leading cause of death among children in Baltimore.
These kids are going to kindergarten, and when they go into kindergarten, they're drawing pictures of guns and dead bodies because that's their experience. We've got to change the narrative.
And data shows that homicides are up compared to this time last year. And as concerns grow, more are hoping that city leaders will step up. But of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, this is just the latest shooting to involve a teenager. At the beginning of the month, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogden was shot and killed on the grounds of Merville High School. The shooter there, a 17-year-old from another school. On that same day, just hours later, 14-year-old Travis Slaughter was shot and killed in Pikesville, not far from Milford Mill Academy. Another student was also injured in that incident.
Now, the last week of September already proving to be a violent one, with multiple incidents in just a matter of hours. First happening just after 7 last night at the intersection of 4th Street and Patapsco Avenue. That's in South Baltimore. The scene is on the right side of your screen, where a man was shot in his neck. He is expected to be okay. Then just 4 minutes later, police in Southwest Baltimore say they found a body in a car along Griffiths Avenue. It's not clear how the person died, but police are calling it a homicide.
7:04 and now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Should Baltimore City elected officials have term limits? That is a question that will be on your ballot come Election Day.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a big announcement happening in just a few hours. Shannon.
Yeah, this is an announcement, Tom, that could potentially change how the city is run. And that press conference announcing this potential change will happen right here this morning outside of City Hall. So let's get you right to the details here so that you have a look at what's going on. Term limits for elected officials will be question K on your ballot come November. And that's an announcement that's being made by the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, right here this morning. So you can expect community leaders to be out here speaking, like Giovanni Patterson and Carville Collins, and they will be here right around 11 a.m. So what do we know, though, about this question K that's going to be on your ballot and potential term limits for elected leaders? Well, if passed, members of City Council, the President of City Council, the Mayor, and the Comptroller will not hold office for more than 2 consecutive full terms of office, and in no event will they hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. Now, this provision, though, would not prevent an elected member from seeking other elected offices after that time. Now, if an elected member takes office as the result of a removal or a vacancy under this provision, then that elected member would only be able to hold office for the remainder of their predecessor's unexpired term and one consecutive full term after that. So some major potential changes on the way that voters really have control of come November. Again, Election Day, November 8th. And we know, Tom and Patrice, that we are expecting to learn a whole lot more about all of this morning at 11 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this is far from the first time term limits have been considered in Baltimore City.
Yeah, that's right. In 2018, Councilman Yitchi Slafer introducing a bill to limit the number of consecutive terms politicians can serve. That bill didn't pass, and a similar one failed in 2020. Comptroller Bill Henry also trying to approve those term limits while he was on the city council. That bill also failing.
And when you look around the country, Baltimore is a bit of an outlier. 9 of the 10 largest cities in the U.S. have term limits in place for their mayor, their city council members, or both. In Washington, D.C., voters tried to put the question of term limits on the ballot in 2020, but it was overruled. In Baltimore, voters do have that authority, and they will have a chance to make a final decision this November.
Well, from the live center for you this morning, Hurricane Ian has made landfall in Cuba. We know that from our Justin Chambers, our meteorologist, talking about the eye of the storm. You see it right there over Cuba. Now, it could make landfall in Florida as a major hurricane. You see Florida's right here. Likely to hit either late tomorrow night or early Thursday morning, possibly as a Category 3 or even higher. Because of that, we now have hurricane warnings posted for Tampa Bay area with millions on alert from the Panhandle all the way down to the Keys, where they're getting some thunderstorms now. Tampa Bay is especially prone to storm surge. Water could be 8 to 10 feet above ground in some spots.
That's life-threatening storm surge. It's, I'm 6 feet tall, so that's potentially water 2 feet above my head in some of these areas here.
Yeah, well, this is the latest here. Flooding and storm surge are the #1 cause of death in the hurricane. Take a look at this. This is Tampa Bay General Hospital installing what's known as Aqua Fences because they're right along the water. This is all in an effort to keep the water out of the hospital as they are in downtown Tampa. To show you what they're up against, this is video of storm surge that happened in Grand Cayman as Ian just barely brushed past that island. Keep in mind, this wasn't even a direct hit. We could see scenes like this along hundreds of miles on the Florida west coast here. Governor Larry Hogan says Maryland is keeping a close eye on the hurricane, promising in a tweet emergency management teams are watching the storm's predicted path and will be ready to respond in our state. Now, I want to toss it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, with more on this powerful storm. And it looks like it's just a matter of hours now, not really days before it hits Florida.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tom. In fact, and you mentioned it, how there are already thunderstorms in parts of Florida. I'm going to show you here in just a second on the radar. We actually have our first tornado warning, but that is the eye of the storm that Tom was talking about. Early this morning, it made landfall, the first landfall in Cuba as a Category 3 storm with 125-mile-an-hour winds. You can see just how large this storm is. And now as we zoom in a little bit closer, this is what I was talking about, the tornado warning right there. There's Miami. These are the Florida Keys. So we've got a tornado warning that's posted. You can see this is Key West starting to get some of those outer bands of that storm because, as you know, Cuba not very far from the tip of Florida. And now the eye of this storm is probably about 340 miles from Tampa Bay, which is why they are getting ready to see that storm continue to move in. We'll take a closer look at that track in just a moment. Right now, really pretty shot here from our Towson camera. We've got a mix of clouds and sun. And as you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, we're looking at upper 50s and lower 60s, overall mild conditions. On our way to temperatures today, that will be a little bit cooler with that wind sticking around as well. We'll take a closer look at that and the impacts on Ian here locally by the weekend. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. The Orioles are on the road for their final trip away from Camden Yards this season for the regular season, starting in Boston and then going to New York.
Still fighting for that third and final AL wild card. The Orioles are 3.5 games back with 9 games remaining. Last night, starting their 4-game series against the Red Sox with a win, 14-8 to wrap up the night. They continue tonight in Boston. First pitch is at 7:10.
Now, here are the current American League wildcard standings. As of last night, the O's still chasing the third and final AL spot. Blue Jays, Rays, Mariners own those spots right now, with the Birds 3.5 games back.
I mean, it was amazing last night because there were 9 innings in a game. And 7 of those innings, the O's scored runs. So there were only 2 innings where they didn't score runs. 5 homers on the night. Excuse me. The bats came alive. Yeah. Cedric Mullins came alive, had that leadoff home run.
14-8. I mean,
we can do it. Why are you giving me that smile? Come on, we can do it.
I love your enthusiasm.
All right.
You said 9.5 games?
9 games left.
9 games.
3.5
out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they got 3 in Boston, 3 in New York, then
we
Toronto next week. So there you go.
All right. Well, so they got to get all the games wherever they're going to be in before any storms and hurricanes come our way.
Exactly right. We don't have to worry about that because they're in Boston, New York, and then here.
Okay.
All right, good. Local barbers practicing healthy living when it comes to hair and body treatments.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is joining us live with a preview of today's So Baltimore. Oh, he's living the life.
He's getting a steam facial there.
Yes, guys. I'm at Ty's Organic Hair Design. It's not your dad's barbershop. No, they offer organic treatments and much more, and a rich history here on North Avenue. We'll talk about that coming up on So Baltimore.
All right, well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Just 2 years after rolling out the multi-billion-dollar Kerwin plan, we are already seeing setbacks. Project Baltimore looks into if it is already outdated.
Russia is calling up as many as 300,000 more soldiers to fight the war in Ukraine. What this means for the future as the war passes the 7th month mark. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$7:15. The war in Ukraine is escalating as Russia is calling up as many as 300,000 more soldiers. Russian President Vladimir Putin also making threats of using nuclear weapons. Mary Kate Snyder, Director of Global Studies at Loyola University, Maryland, is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So this war now well past the 7-month mark. Ukraine was starting to regain some territories that had been taken by Russian forces, and many said Putin is embarrassed, and that is why we're seeing Russia's new escalation. Is that what we're seeing here?
Absolutely. This is an increasingly desperate situation for Putin. which is both good and bad. It's good because it means that the strategy that we've been employing to exert leverage and pressure on Russia is working. But it's bad because, of course, desperate leaders are prone to doing increasingly desperate things.
So when you say that Putin is threatening to use every tool he has, including a nuclear option, is that a threat that we should take seriously?
We should always take that threat seriously. And I think that it would be foolish for us to ignore the fact that Russia is a nuclear power. However, it's also important to remember that the consequences for Putin deploying a nuclear weapon would be exceedingly high. And that really is absolutely a last resort option.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that he would know what the consequences of that would be. What is the sentiment of Russians about what Putin is doing and this ongoing war?
It's not great. And so what Putin has done recently by calling up the reservists, by increasing the conscription amongst able-bodied men and women in Russia, is he's bringing the war home to people who didn't want the war to come to them. And so there's sort of this mutual consent between the Russian people and Putin that they are okay with accepting dictatorship as long as they are largely left out of it. And so by increasing conscription, he's bringing the war to them. And so we saw that, reaction right away with the protests, with the sold out flights, and with the spike in Google searches for terms like how to leave Russia and how to break an arm at home. So this is not a popular decision.
Very interesting. All right, Mary Kate, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, well, it is 7:17, and we want to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, especially we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Great here in Baltimore. Completely different story, though, in the Gulf.
Yeah, no kidding, Tom, Patrice, and really things starting to already deteriorate a little bit in the southern part of Florida. We already had our first tornado warning in the Florida Keys. That has since expired. However, we are tracking those storms. I'll show you that here in just a moment. But yeah, beautiful this morning as we look out from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. You can see that sun that is now up. A few clouds kind of hanging around, and we are going to keep that wind with us later today, so just be aware of that. Getting the kids out to the bus stop, maybe a light jacket this morning with numbers this hour in the 50s. We're to 70 by about noontime and recess, and when you pick the kids up from the bus stop this afternoon, talking about lower 70s. So it will actually be cooler this afternoon than what we saw yesterday. Typically mid-70s is where we are this time of year. A lot of us in the upper 60s and lower 70s from Westminster over to Bel Air and Cockeysville. 72 in Baltimore City this afternoon, 73 for you in Annapolis. Now, on our future scan, we're going to stay dry here. We'll see that wind that will be with us through the afternoon today. Tomorrow, it will be more of a northerly wind. So today, a westerly wind, but you can see a few more of those clouds rolling in on Wednesday afternoon into the evening time. Overall, just kind of a mix of sun and clouds. And even into Thursday, that ridge of high pressure over the Great Lakes continuing to give us that northerly flow as we head into the rest of the week. Now, you can see by Friday morning, right there on the bottom of your screen, starting to see some of that green right there in the Carolinas. That's where the remnants of Ian will be. And by the time we get into the weekend, we'll track it here. Let's talk about Ian. 3, that's the category, 125-mile-an-hour winds. We'll get an update here from the National Hurricane Center at the top of the hour. So we'll bring that to you live and local right here on Fox 45. What's going to happen with Ian? It's going to get into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. There's that very well-defined eye right over Cuba. So Cuba is just getting pounded there on the west coast at this moment. This storm now, the eye from Tampa, about 338 miles or so away. So obviously not very far to go once it gets up into those open waters. The storm surge, that's the thing we have to worry about for our friends there on the west coast of Florida. We could see an 8 to 10 foot storm surge along the west coast, especially right into Tampa Bay. This is a look at the track expected to become a Category 4 storm in the next, I'd say, less than 24 hours and maintaining that Cat 4 strength through tomorrow morning. By the time we get to about, I'd say, 2 o'clock on Thursday morning, that's when we could have landfall as a Category 3. But again, don't just focus on the landfall. It's all of the impacts we'll see as that storm gets closer to and brings in that storm surge into folks there on the Gulf Coast. And if you've been to Florida, if you know about Florida, you know everything is right there on the water. So they don't have a lot of room when we get those storm surges at 8 to 10 feet. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Lower 70s today, overnight lows into the 50s, and we'll keep the 70s going through the week. And again, that rain rolls in late Saturday into Sunday. It is going to impact that Ravens game Sunday afternoon.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
7:20 and getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our job of the day. Goodyear is hiring an automotive technician in Baltimore. If you'd like some more information about this job, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com. Fight back against the rising inflation when it comes to your personal finances. Just ahead this morning, 4 ways cash can help you now.
This morning we're at Ty's Organic Hair Design. It's not your daddy's barbershop. Men are taking care of their skin too. We'll talk about that and more coming up this morning on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
(7:24), it's so Baltimore. A local barber is changing the landscape, not only with hair, but in his community.
Offering organic hair and body treatment to his clients and teaching young students to become master barbers themselves. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is in East Baltimore. He's at Ty's Organic Hair Design, and he is getting just the full workup there, it looks like.
That's true, guys. I had to sample. I had to, sample the product, so I had to be the guinea pig. We have Master Barber Organic Ty here, and so as you guys mentioned, so Ty is much more than just cutting hair. Like in our old barbershops, it was old guys, it was haircuts, and that was about it. Now you guys are offering much more than that, right?
Oh yes, we maintain everything from the neck, the face, and the scalp. So when you get finished, you're looking like $1 million.
And Ty, as a master barber, what I love about it is, in your historic building, we'll get into that later on, but you also help other barbers become master barbers like yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We bringing them up, getting them ready for life, good careers, raising families.
And so, guys, the thing that's amazing is this building has a rich history. We'll get into that. Ty grew up here. It was a print shop when his dad owned it, and now he's doing community service with this work for the gods. And when I get done, I'll be 25 years younger.
You'll probably be asleep. It sounds like you're tired. Well, it's just funny, Mark, though, because we're saying to barbershop, and then we send, oh man, it's doesn't have too much hair on top of his head, so they got to do something with you, right?
He fell asleep. He didn't even hear that question.
He didn't.
He just got massaged to sleep.
Can't hear. I'm sorry, guys. I can't hear now.
See, that is exactly what going there will do. It will just. Oh, that is a very zen moment. But I like the fact that they're helping others. I mean, that's a great trade to go into. So if you can bring others along, then that's awesome. Oh my gosh, let's let him enjoy. Get the cameras off of.
He's gonna be
let him have this moment. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, starting off mild this morning with highs in the lower 70s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, will let us know when these temperatures if they'll hold up for the rest of the week.
And despite being a new school year, we are seeing the same problems as in prior years. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore questions how the Kerwin plan addresses distance learning and teacher shortages. 7:26, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 7:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. All eyes on Hurricane Ian as we're hearing Megan Gillen is actually traveling down to Tampa, so she'll be down there during the storm covering that for us.
And it's headed that way within the next couple of days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the track of the storm.
Yeah, people in South Florida already seeing some of the outer bands from this system, even though it is currently over Cuba, but not very far away, and it's a very large storm. So that's why we are seeing that here. That's what's going on behind me. Meanwhile, here at home, beautiful sunrise. You can see that sun that is out this morning in Towson, and temperatures that are not too bad. A lot of us are waking up in the 50s this hour. Your yard and gardening cast nice if you do want to get out there and get some of that yard work done. Upper 60s by 11 a.m. into the lower 70s in that 1 and 2 o'clock hours. So numbers are actually going to be below average today. It will still be a bit breezy later this afternoon, so just be aware of that. That westerly wind picking up anywhere from about 10 to 15 to 20 miles an hour. Next 3 days, 72 today, and notice those temperatures barely out of the 60s for some of us into Wednesday and Thursday. Definitely that fall feel is here. We will have impacts from Ian in our neighborhoods by the time we get into this weekend. I'm going to take a closer look at that over my full weather on that big old green wall in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 7:31 now. It's a multi-billion-dollar plan to improve public education in Maryland. But just 2 years after rolling out Kerwin, we're already seeing setbacks.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the man behind the massive funding increase is asking for patience. Britt Kerwin says Maryland is on track to have America's best schools in less than 10 years.
There being 95 votes in the affirmative.
February 2021.
The veto is overridden.
Maryland's legislature overrides Governor Larry Hogan's veto and passes the largest education spending increase in Maryland's history. $30 billion additional tax dollars over the first 10 years. $4 billion additional tax dollars every year after that. It was called the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as the Kerwin Plan.
First of all, the blueprint is very rigorously drawn from the elements of the highest performing school systems in the world.
Britt Kerwin spent 4 years leading the commission that drafted the plan.
We took those strategies, put them into the Maryland context, and that's how we built the blueprint.
All of a sudden, everybody knows a lot of people that are infected.
In early 2021, the world was suffering through the COVID pandemic. Many state politicians, including Comptroller Peter Franchot, called on the legislature to delay voting on the blueprint until we emerge from the pandemic. But the legislature passed it anyway.
Did COVID, in a way, sort of render the blueprint outdated?
No, absolutely not. COVID is short-term, had very significant impact, but COVID is short-term. The blueprint is forever.
But the effects of COVID are not short-term. So distance learning, for example, distance learning is never going to go away.
Right.
Many critics of the Kerwin plan point out it doesn't address distance learning. Maryland is also facing major bus driver and teacher shortages. Schools in the Baltimore region reported hundreds of openings leading up to the start of school. Many blame the Great Resignation due to COVID. But as the nation faces a teacher shortage, the blueprint added teachers, attracting them with higher pay. So far, it hasn't seemed to work. But Kerwin says in a few years, it will.
I think what we've done in Maryland is to create a model for teachers with this career ladder and substantial increases in pay, more autonomy in the classroom, is going to make teaching in Maryland not only an attractive career position for Marylanders, but for attracting people from across the country.
The blueprint also created incentives for teachers to achieve higher levels of professional certification. But that, too, hasn't gone as planned. Over the summer, facing pressure from school systems, the Maryland State Department of Education lowered the requirements of some teacher certifications to get more teachers in the classroom. But Kerwin says this, too, is only temporary.
It would be silly for me to predict exactly what date it would be totally back to normal, but I think over the next 2 or 3 years, things will seem very much a place where we'd like them to be.
The Kerwin plan was not the first time Maryland overhauled public education. 20 years ago, the legislature passed what was called the Bridge to Excellence Act, or the Thornton Plan, which at the time was the largest education spending increase in the state's history. But the results were questionable. In 2002, when Thornton passed, Maryland's high school graduation rate was 3 points above the national average. By 2019, Maryland's graduation rate had gone up, but the national average went up more. Maryland's graduation rate and the national average are now the same. Kerwin says Thornton succeeded by increasing funding, but failed in creating a structure for how the money was used. The blueprint, he says, is different. It lays out strict guidelines and expectations for how the additional funding can be spent. He also says there's accountability.
As the money is allocated, there's an accountability board that is going to measure progress towards meeting these expectations. And the AIB, the Accountability Board, has the authority to withhold funds when jurisdictions are not meeting the expectations.
What Thornton also didn't have was a definition for success. For Kerwin, it's clear. In 9 more years, after $30 billion additional education dollars are spent, despite the effects of COVID, Kerwin says success will be if 80% of Maryland students are considered career and college ready by the end of 10th grade. And that is a lofty goal. Right now, he says that percentage sits around 40%.
That would be success. That would be remarkable. It would put us way ahead of every state in the U.S., and it would put us on a par with the best performing school systems in the world.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Thank you, Chris. As Kerwin explained, though, the blueprint for Maryland's future is implemented over 10 years, costing billions of dollars.
Project Baltimore will be watching to see how those tax dollars are spent and if they make a difference for students.
Live look this morning at our Weather Authority HD radar as Ian is churning in the Gulf there. Just ahead, when we can expect it to become a Category 4 storm.
And a bit cooler day ahead for us with highs in the 70s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when we could see the impacts of Ian right here at home. 7:37 is the time.
All right, 7:40 is our time right now. We are 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. Beautiful shot right now. We got a few clouds hanging out there over Baltimore as you wake up with us on this Tuesday morning. Numbers are not too bad right now. You see those on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 50s, and we'll stay in the 50s for the next couple of hours out for a run or a jog here. Good morning to get that exercise in. And this afternoon also looking pretty good, too. We'll continue to track that for you, let you know what we can see with our temps this week and what we could see with Ian coming here by the time we head into the weekend. Patrice?
Well, remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Hurricane patterns in the Atlantic are changing. I'm Kayla Gaskins, and we will hear from some scientists straight ahead.
Cash is king. Next, the ways cash can help you avoid the impact of rising inflation. 7:41 is the time.
Interest rates continue to rise as the Federal Reserve is trying to stop the increasing inflation. But for most Americans who have borrowed money, the financial impact may get worse. Is cash-only budget the way to go? Joining us now, personal finance advisor Dan White of Daniel A. White and Associates. Good morning, Dan.
Morning, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing well, but I mean, people are saying, okay, it's getting tight right now with their budgets. They're feeling it now, but really it could get a lot worse as the rates just went up again. So if you own any money at all, your interest rates are going up.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, the Federal Reserve has kind of made their whole impetus on slaying this inflation dragging. And they don't care if they kick us into a recession. They just are intent on raising rates to get inflation under control. And unfortunately, that raises rates on everything from mortgages to credit cards. And credit card rates are almost at an all-time high. We're talking 20% for new cards and 15% for existing credit card balances. You know, nobody would ever think about going into a store and saying, I want to pay 20% more than what you're asking. But if you can't pay that credit card off when it comes in, that's essentially what you're doing. You're paying 20% more. So you want to be using cash as often as possible so you don't have to pay those credit card interest rates.
Yeah, handing somebody over a wad of cash hurts because you can physically see it going. Slapping your credit card down or just touching a machine, you don't feel it at all.
Yeah, it's kind of painless. You just pull it out and it's like, oh, we'll worry about that in 30 days. But again, I've always said to people, if you can't pay it off in 30 days, then you couldn't afford to buy what you just bought.
That's exactly the key message right there, I think, Dan, what you're trying to say there. So we can't afford it. We're not going to be able to afford it, especially coming up into the holidays here. We could see another increase. And you start thinking about, okay, shopping and getting ready for the holidays and traveling and seeing family. I mean, that's another area where it seems like Americans every year just say, we'll pay it back January, February, maybe even March. We'll pay it off then.
Yeah, I think the important thing as you head into the holidays, you've got to have a budget. It's real easy to go overboard. Oh, we worked hard all year. Let's go, go a little crazy. But you got to have a budget because you want to avoid that January hangover of debt. And if you come into January and you got $5,000 or $10,000 on your credit cards, it's not going to be a pleasant feeling. So set a budget for Christmas, for the holidays, and when you're out of cash, you're out of cash. That's it. That's what you ought to be doing.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, is trying to make sure that somebody's staying in check over us. So if you have the cash, I remember my grandmother used to have it in envelopes, and when the envelope was empty, we were done spending. That was time to go home.
That's exactly right. I've had clients with those envelopes as well, and it's kind of the old school mentality. When they were out of cash, they were out of cash. But it's funny when you talk to people today and they mention their parents and their grandparents. Most of those people didn't even have credit cards. They paid everything in cash, and that was it. And credit cards, they make it so easy to get them anymore. And the other thing that could come into play, if you're not using cash, you're using those credit cards, if you're not paying them off in full or you're late, you're going to hurt your credit. And if you're looking to buy a house, which is getting infinitely tougher as mortgage rates go up, you want to have a good credit score as well.
Dan, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Dan White, a financial planner and owner of multiple different areas here in the finance world. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
Sure.
Well, it's 7:47. We need to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Hey, you know why? Because look what's starting to show up around there. Candy corns.
Blah.
So that's the whole thing, and it's polarizing. Now, will you guys at least have one?
No.
No. You know what? I don't even think they have expiration dates on them because they're like, why? It's not even real food.
Right. It's just little mini.
I don't even know what it's made of.
Don't look. Don't even
corn
search.
Starch, corn syrup, corn.
Yeah.
Sugar.
All right. My point is, it's candy corn season, everybody. We're already starting to see those fall decorations out there. We talked about it yesterday. A few people getting those Halloween decorations already up. Halloween is less than 5 weeks away from right now. As we look out from the Inner Harbor out toward the Key Bridge, we're looking good right now. 55-year temperature, slightly cooler for the afternoon than where we were yesterday. Those temperatures staying below average. Looking for a high of 72. We almost got to 80 yesterday. It will be breezy to windy later this afternoon. So next hour, if you're hanging out in Fells, we're in the upper 50s. And by noontime, not a bad day for lunch outdoors. Just know it'll be a bit breezy as well with a temp right about 70 degrees. And we'll see those temperatures in the lower 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for you this afternoon. Highs across the region. A lot of upper 60s for Carroll County and northern Baltimore County. Lower 70s over to Cockeysville. 72 in Baltimore down through Fells and Canton this afternoon. Numbers up and down the East Coast, mainly in the low to mid 70s here for Baltimore and Philly down through D.C. 75 down the ocean in Ocean City, but only 66 your temp in Cumberland. If you do want to get the car cleaned up, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, no rain in sight. We are staying dry, and you can see that on our future scan. So the westerly wind today, more of a northerly wind starting tomorrow and into Thursday. That will continue to bring in that cooler yet drier air, and we're really not tracking anything from Ian, not until we get into Friday, and that's going to be in the Carolinas. You can see right there at the bottom of your screen, we'll start to see some of those showers, not impacting us here until we get to late Saturday. So Category 3 storm. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center in just a few minutes. I have a live picture right now from Duck Key. This is near Key West. You can already see the wind that is picking up there as well as some of those high seas, and we are definitely going to see that. That storm where it is over Cuba is not very far from Florida at this time, and already seeing some of the outer bands of that storm impacting folks there. As we bring it back here, this is that HD radar. You can see the distance from the center, the eye of the storm, is about 338 miles from Tampa. Look at that. It's almost done with Cuba and will move back into the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. My expectation is by 11 a.m. we'll already have a Category 4 storm. You're going to see that here as we track this storm all the way up into the Gulf of Mexico. The storm surge, that's going to be the biggest issue that people are going to have to deal with, not only with the coastal flooding and the potential thunderstorms and tornadoes, but that storm surge at anywhere from 8 to 10 feet plus. So a lot of low-lying areas, a lot of buildings there that were built before Hurricane Andrew and the codes changed. So folks are really making sure that they are safe and hopefully staying out of harm's way with that system that is moving in. Lower 70s for the next couple of days. Overnight lows into the 50s. We're dry here. Late Saturday night, we'll see a few showers rolling in. Really, Sunday is when we're going to see the best chance for rain. And yes, right in time for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. And we keep some of that rain even into early Monday, the remnants of Ian here at home. Back to you.
We are less than a week into fall, but Amazon is already looking ahead to the Christmas season. The changes you'll want to take note of now.
And may the force be with you. Still to come this morning, how an artificial intelligence program helped the legendary Star Wars villain live on.
You don't know the power of the dark roast.
The force is with me when I have a coffee break, that's for sure.
This could be the storm that we've hoped would never come to our shores.
Well, Hurricane Ian is approaching Florida, and NOAA scientists say Atlantic storms are increasingly getting stronger and faster.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us now. Kayla, many are questioning just how much does this have to do with climate change?
The NOAA scientist I spoke with says warmer ocean water plays a role, but hurricane data is tricky, making it hard to prove exact causes in the changes we're seeing. Atlantic hurricane patterns are changing.
Greater numbers of major hurricanes, greater intensities, more rapid intensification, all these changes since 1980.
Many pointing fingers at greenhouse gases and climate change, but Ted Knudsen, a senior climate scientist at NOAA, says it's not that simple.
The question is, which of these changes are actually being driven by increasing greenhouse gases, and to what degree are these changes being driven by something else?
With the data we currently have, Knudsen concludes it is premature to conclude with high confidence that human-caused increasing greenhouse gases have had a detectable impact on past Atlantic Basin hurricane activity. University of Albany Associate Professor Kristen Corbisario.
The difficulty with looking at trends in hurricane data is that we go past the late 70s. It gets a little bit difficult in terms of observations.
Knudsen and Corbisario say climate does impact higher seas, which causes worse storm surge.
We do have the sea level rise going on, so whatever hurricanes are coming in on this higher background sea level.
Some storms also show an increase in rainfall.
It's really, really hard to pin climate change on any one storm. You can't say that any one storm was caused by climate change or impacted by it. But what we can say is that things we know, that the climate is getting warmer, storms moving slower, more rainfall, higher storm surge.
Hurricanes are increasingly costly, according to NOAA, thanks to humans and the desire to flock to the coastline, building up infrastructure, homes, roads, and buildings at risk of damage whenever the next storm rolls through. Tampa Bay, currently in the path of Hurricane Ian, has not had a direct hit since 1921. There's been a lot of construction in the last 100 years, causing some to worry about the amount of damage Ian may do. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Staying dry this week with temperatures below average. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we should be layering up for this first full week of fall. 7:57 is your time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders. Megan Gillen is on her way to Florida this morning. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is tracking our forecast and Hurricane Ian, and that is what Megan will also be doing once she gets down there herself.
Yeah, exactly right, Patrice. Good morning to you and good morning, everyone. And that storm remains a Category 3 storm. The very latest update from the National Hurricane Center just came in minutes ago. 125-mile-an-hour winds battering Cuba right now and will continue to track, more than likely become a Category 4 probably within the next 3 hours or so as it gets back into the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile, here at home, things are nice and calm, looking great from our Towson camera right now. Overall, our temperatures are not too bad. We're in the 60s for a lot of you and mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air. We're at 59 officially in Baltimore City and 51 your temp in Laurel. So a cool Tuesday morning, slightly cooler numbers this afternoon, breezy to windy conditions as well with those temperatures staying below average. And you can see in your out and about cast those numbers into the 60s over the next few hours on our way to the lower 70s for highs this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at our Lynn Stroller traffic network as we take a live look at the traffic map this morning. There is a lot of red and yellow on that map. There's a utility problem on 173 North. That is causing a light backup through that area. Then there's a disabled vehicle in the roadway on 895 South at East Lombard Street. Other than that, some of the yellow you see there is just normal volume throughout the region. In a city in crisis, violent crime across Baltimore City is up 5% compared to this time last year. That includes murders and non-fatal shootings. Young lives in Baltimore continue to feel the impacts of crime and violence. The latest incident leaving a 15-year-old hurt. This morning, the search is on for that gunman who opened fire near Clifton Park, hitting 3 people, including that teen. Olivia Dance joins us this morning from Northeast Baltimore as police are working to find out who did this. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, police are still searching for the gunman who opened fire just a couple miles away from here near Clifton Park. And as you mentioned, a 15-year-old kid was among those shot. Now, the incident happened yesterday in broad daylight on East 29th Street. And you're looking at video from the scene right now. 3 people were hit by the gunfire, including that 15-year-old as well as a 23 and 25-year-old. Thankfully, they're all expected to survive, but witnesses in the area are describing what they heard.
Like I said, it just sounded like loud boom. It had been 30 to 60 rounds, within about less than 10 seconds. My partner was outside and saw people fleeing the area.
Officers spent most of the afternoon questioning residents in the block, searching for clues. But again, at this time, no suspects have been named or arrested. Residents tell us that there were young children outside on the street when the shots rang out, and concerns are growing as homicide is now the leading cause of death among children in Baltimore.
These kids are going to kindergarten, and when they go into kindergarten, they're drawing pictures of guns and dead bodies because that's their experience. We've got to change the narrative.
Data shows that homicides are up compared to this time last year, and as concerns grow, more are hoping that city leaders will step up. But of course, Patrice, only time will tell. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This is just the latest shooting to involve a teenager. At the beginning of the month, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogden was shot and killed on the grounds of Merville High School. The shooter there, a 17-year-old from another school. On that same day, just hours later, 14-year-old Travis Slaughter was shot and killed in Pikesville, not far from Milford Mill Academy. Another student was also injured in that incident. The last week of September is already proving to be a violent one with multiple incidents in just a matter of hours. The first happened just after 7 last night at the intersection of 4th Street and Patapsco Avenue in South Baltimore. That scene is there on the right side of your screen. A man was shot in his neck. He is expected to be okay. Then just 4 minutes later, police in Southwest Baltimore say they found a body in a car along Griffiths Avenue. It is not clear how that person died, but police are calling it a homicide. Well, now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Should Baltimore City elected officials have term limits? That is a question that will be on your ballot on Election Day. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the announcement happening in just a few hours. Shannon.
Yeah, this is an announcement, Patrice, that could potentially change how the city is run. And that press conference announcing this potential change will happen right here outside of City Hall in just a few hours. So let's get you right to the details right here. Term limits for elected officials will be question K on your ballot come November. And this is an announcement that's being made by the group, the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE. So this morning, you can expect community leaders and activists to be out here outside of City Hall speaking about this. We are expecting to see Giovanni Patterson and Carville Collins, among others, and this is all happening at 11 a.m. So what do we know about question K on your ballot and these potential term limits for elected leaders? Well, if passed, members of City Council, the president of City Council, the mayor, and the comptroller will not hold office for more than 2 consecutive full terms of office, and in no event will they hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. Now, this provision, though, would not prevent an elected member from seeking other elected offices after that time. Now, if an elected member takes office as a result of a removal or a vacancy under this provision, that elected member would only be able to hold office for the remainder of their predecessor's unexpired term and 1 consecutive full term after that. So major potential changes that are right now in the hands of voters, especially come Election Day, which is November 8th. And again, we do expect to learn a whole lot more about all of this in this press conference that starts right here this morning at 11 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
From the Live Center this morning, Hurricane Ian has made landfall in Cuba. It is now on a path to Florida, and it could make landfall in Florida as a major hurricane. Now, it will most likely hit either late tomorrow night or early Thursday morning, possibly as a Category 3 or even higher as it heads toward Florida there. Now, because of that, we now have hurricane warnings posted for the Tampa Bay area, with millions on alert from the Panhandle all the way to the Keys. Tampa Bay is especially prone to storm surge. The water there could be 8 to 10 feet above ground in some spots.
That's life-threatening storm surge. It's, I'm 6 feet tall, so that's potentially water 2 feet above my head in some of these areas here.
Well, flooding and storm surge are the #1 cause of death in a hurricane. The Tampa General Hospital is installing what you're seeing there. That's known as an Aqua Fence. It is an effort to keep water out of the hospital. They are on the water in downtown Tampa. Now, to show you what they're up against, this is video of a storm surge in Grand Cayman as Ian brushed past that island. And keep in mind, this wasn't even a direct hit. But we could see scenes like this along hundreds of miles of Florida's west coast. Governor Larry Hogan says Maryland is keeping a close eye on the hurricane, promising in a tweet that emergency management teams are watching the storm's predicted path and will be ready to respond in our state. Well, coming up, the New Orleans Police Department is turning to civilians to help with the force's staffing issues. Just ahead, how that plan could work and if it could work here in Baltimore.
Mainly in the 50s and 60s here in your 8 o'clock hour this morning. We'll track how those temperatures hold up this week and the impacts from Ian on us here at home. Stay with us, won't you?
8:11 in your entertainment news. James Earl Jones is hanging up his cape when it comes to the Star Wars franchise. He has been recording the legendary Star Wars villains line since 1977, but it was just announced that he will not record new Star Wars projects. This doesn't mean that we're done with Darth Vader, though. Jones's voice will live on through an AI program that can recreate his voice. Very interesting. All right, well, get off the constant rotation of the same meals for dinner. Just ahead, the simple steps you can follow to bring in something new.
Ty's Organic Hair Design is serving the community with hairstyles, but 35 years ago when Ty's dad bought this building, he was doing another service. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.14. New Orleans is the murder capital of the country, with more murders there per month than anywhere else. The police department is desperate to turn their rising homicide rate around, even as they face an officer shortage. They're now hiring civilians for police jobs. Former police chief in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Maury Richards, is joining us. Good morning, Maury.
Good morning, Patrice.
So New Orleans is seeing a 78% increase in homicides over last year. So it's understandable that they want to make a change. Is hiring civilians to bolster the police force an effective plan?
Well, unfortunately, I think it will make very little difference because it doesn't address the fundamental problems that New Orleans has, which is very similar to Baltimore. Both cities have mayors and state's attorneys who really protect criminals over victims and believe that replacing cops with social workers is going to work. And both those things are really recipes for more crime and less police.
So they're looking to hire people who can, for instance, monitor the phones to replace administrative police so that those folks can get back out on the streets, or hire civilians who can go out to calls that don't necessarily require police, like loose animals and medical calls or that kind of thing. Freeing up police to then go do that work, is that not helpful to some extent?
No, it absolutely is. If you can get more cops on the streets, that is always good. But once again, that fundamental problem, this year alone, New Orleans has already had 150 officers leave, just like Baltimore has had a net loss of 100. So the problems go much deeper. And, you know, even after you get every cop that was answering a phone out on the street, if you're still losing 150 officers a year because morale is so bad and you don't have support of your government for law and order, it's really only a temporary fix that's it's going to get worse in the long run. So if you don't address those fundamental problems, you're not going to get a handle on stopping crime.
Some of those problems are beyond the police department's control. They don't have purview in those areas. So as far as what they can do and can take control of, is this an effective line to keep going down, you think, for them?
Well, you always do the best you can. I mean, if there's any way to become more efficient and, you know, get, as I said, get more cops on the street, that's always a good thing. But you have to face reality and you have to address what's really going on. And, you know, even when you replace cops with civilians, it's not always that effective because, you know, you get a civilian going out on a call, you think it might be, you know, something very simple, you know, it turns into a criminal incident and you get police there anyway. So it's kind of a wash in those areas, but they're in a desperate situation and I can see what they're trying to do, but unfortunately, I don't believe it's going to be the answer.
All right, Maury, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
Well, it's 8:18 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been looking at our forecast and tracking storms. A lot going on.
Yeah, there is a lot going on. Patrice, good morning to you. And looking out over the Key Bridge right now, things looking nice this morning. Our temperatures aren't too bad. You can always catch those on the right side of your screen. A lot of us in the 50s and 60s at this hour. Golfers getting out there, playing the courses here in the next hour, 61. We're going to see those lower 70s through lunchtime. And by the time we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, we'll be back into the lower 70s. Probably at least a 1, if not a 2 club wind today. Mid 70s is typically where we are this time of year. Some of us in the upper 60s in Westminster and Gaithersburg, lower 70s for Cockeysville and Bel Air over to Baltimore City for the afternoon. And up and down the East Coast, we'll keep those low to mid 70s going here for Baltimore, D.C., Philly, up into New York, even down the ocean, looking at a high of 75 in Ocean City today. Pilots, not a bad day to fly. We're looking at VFR conditions, visual flight rules, but it will be a bit breezy, and we'll have to deal with that crosswind coming in from the west. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, we stay dry today and basically through the rest of this week. The difference tomorrow and Thursday is the fact that we'll have more of a northerly wind, and that's going to keep those cooler temperatures in play and keep us below average as well. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center, still a Category 3 storm, Hurricane Ian, 125-mile-an-hour sustained winds just battering the coast of Cuba right now. The strong wind, something we're tracking obviously as this moves up into the Gulf of Mexico and right along the west coast of Florida. Also, the heavy rain potential that we're going to see. Some areas could get 15 to 20 to 25 inches of rain, and that is going to lead to flooding, a potential storm surge, the other issues. So there are all sorts of issues up and down the coast there. They're dealing with the storm surge warnings, especially right into Tampa Bay, which hasn't seen a major storm since 1921. Here's a look at the latest, north at about 12 miles an hour. That's how fast it's moving. It's going to be off of Cuba here and into the Gulf of Mexico, more than likely in the next couple of hours, and potentially by 2 o'clock this afternoon up to a Category 4 storm. We'll continue to see that track as it makes its way toward the west coast of Florida here, and by early Thursday morning, late Wednesday into Thursday morning. It's going to be right off the coast there of Tampa, eventually making its way into the western coast of Florida and up into Georgia and the Carolinas as an area of low pressure. And quickly, I want to show you here on our future scan, we're going to see the rain from this move in late Saturday night, but really Sunday is when we'll have the best chance of seeing rain in our area. And the heaviest rain still stays to the south of us, but still watch for those showers here for the weekend. That 7-day forecast looks like this: lower 70s, some of us not even out of the 60s, and overnight lows into the lower 50s. So it will be a cool first full week of fall. Again, tracking that rain for this upcoming weekend.
All right, it's 8:21, and we have some breaking news right now. The Washington, D.C. Police Department is heading to the scene of a barricade situation, and they say that it involves this suspect in the murder of a Baltimore man. 27-year-old Avery Miller is accused of killing Arya Wolf last month in southeast Washington, D.C. Police say officers caught up with Miller, and then he fired shots at them. Miller is now barricaded inside, and officers are working to make contact with him. Now, you might remember that investigators say Wolf was installing solar panels on rooftops of buildings on August 10th when he was hit by gunfire. Wolf leaves behind a wife and a child and was well known in the local Jewish community. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning as we are learning more about this developing story. Is he in or is he out? Just ahead this morning, the questions Elon Musk is facing in regards to the purchase of Twitter.
Frustrations are growing as fraudsters steal food stamps from more Baltimore families. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the state is responding. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's so Baltimore. A local barber is practicing healthy living, starting with organic hair and body treatments. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in East Baltimore at Ty's Organic Hair Design. You're looking good after you got all cleaned up and freshened up there.
Thanks, Patrice. So, yeah, you know what I love about this So Baltimore, it's so Ty is so Baltimore. So, Ty, 30-something years ago, when Ty was on his birthday, his dad actually purchased this building, and back then it was a print shop, and Ty has now revamped it and is serving up these wonderful hair treatments here. So Ty, take us in to your wonderful world, okay?
Come on, let's check it out. See what we have here.
And so you actually did all this by hand?
By hand. Me and one other guy built every bit, stripped it all the way down, lift the floors up, and put it back, rebuild it. Now you see what we have here.
And what I love about it, like I said, that it's so Baltimore, because you said you grew up here, it was a print shop, and your dad, in addition to being a printer, he was a boxing trainer, he trained Jews, so it was one of those places where everybody, families and neighborhoods, came in and basically, you know, they basically became a family, right?
Born and raised a lot of children in the neighborhood, a lot of good people, a lot of brothers. Boxed here, trained, printed signs, T-shirts, and now I'm making people beautiful, cutting hair. And and I'm thankful.
That's what it's all about. Master Barber teaching mastering courses coming up in the 9 o'clock. He's going to show us some of his work. Oh, I'm not done, Patrice. I'm getting pretty today. And again, it's so Baltimore.
How could you improve on what you already are? But you know what, Mark? I love this story too, because it's one of those places in the community that just was always there for the community, just in different iterations. And this is just another one. It's the faves, the favorite spots people like to hang out in.
Definitely so Baltimore, right? Thanks, guys.
Yes, it is. All right. Well, if you want more information, it's on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, just 2 years after rolling out the multi-billion-dollar Kerwin plan, we're already seeing setbacks. Just ahead, Project Baltimore looks into whether it is already outdated.
More than 1,000 desks empty inside city schools. Coming up, what the school system is doing to track down missing students and why time is of the essence. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning. On this Tuesday, September 27th, I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen is actually on a plane right now headed to Tampa, Florida because of Hurricane Ian, and it's dead set on that region. So she'll be reporting there over the next few days for us. Starting tonight, we'll be getting some live reports from her there, seeing exactly how the storm's impacting the Florida Gulf Coast. Now, we want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Is he looking at not only the weather here, but also what's behind you there?
I mean, yeah, that's a very large storm, Tom. We've been talking about how we came on the air this morning and it was upgraded to a Category 2 or a Category 3 hurricane, to a major hurricane where it made landfall in Cuba. That's the first landfall. The second landfall coming more than likely late tomorrow night into Thursday morning near the Tampa area. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on that. Let's show you what's going on outside in a very pretty shot, very calm conditions right now here at home. The wind is going to pick up later today, so just be aware of that. We're talking low to mid and upper 50s for Cockeysville and Baltimore down to Brooklyn Park. 56 your number in Glen Burnie right now. We're at 58 in Woodlawn. So overall, out for your yard and gardening cast, if you want to get some of that yard work done, maybe get the grass cut today, you're looking good. Temps typically in the mid 70s this time of year. We're going to only end up in the lower 70s. And those numbers actually will be cooler into Wednesday and Thursday with that fall feel in the air. We'll take a closer look at that forecast, including the impacts from Ian right here at home by this weekend. That in just a few minutes from right now.
Oh, it's a multi-billion-dollar plan to improve public education here in Maryland. But just 2 years after rolling out Kerwin, we're already seeing some setbacks. Project Baltimore's Chris Pabbs joining us live to explain. Good morning, Chris. Let's see if we can get his audio working there. Chris, I don't know if your microphone, we're not able to hear your audio real quick, so let's see. I'll give him just a second there as he's talking about the Kerwin plan, meeting with Britt Kerwin himself. He'll be talking to us about details about that as we're going to try and see if we can get back to him. In the meantime, now we're moving on to the crisis in the classroom. We're almost a month. Right. Oh, we have Chris back? Okay, Chris, now we can hear you.
I'm here, Tom. So we knew that the Kerwin plan passed about a year and a half ago in the middle of the COVID pandemic shutdowns. The whole country was shut down, and Maryland's legislature passed the largest spending increase in the history of the state. And there were politicians like Peter Franchot and even Governor Larry Hogan that were saying, listen, why don't we wait for the pandemic to go away before we vote for this giant spending increase? Well, the legislature overrode Governor Larry Hogan's veto anyway. And Tom, we're seeing the effects of that now. There's a bus driver shortage. There's a teacher shortage. There's a nursing shortage. The Kerwin plan doesn't even address distance learning. There's a lot of things. The world has changed since COVID. And we sat down with Britt Kerwin, who spent 4 years drafting this plan, and he's really emphasizing patience. He still says that, that it was a 10-year plan. So another 9 years, Maryland's going to have the best schools in the country. Maryland is going to be the destination in America for teachers to come here to want to teach because of the freedoms they're going to have in the classroom, because of the increase in pay. We have hit some roadblocks here, but he's very optimistic that in another 9 years, Maryland will have the best schools in America.
Chris, so you brought up the distance learning. You even brought that up with him, though. That was a major factor, though, when we were in COVID and the teachers union were forcing kids to learn from home. So that was not addressed in there. What did Kerwin say about that, though?
Well, he thinks that COVID is temporary and the effects of COVID are temporary and that eventually it's going to return to normal. My argument to him was, there are certain things that aren't going to go back to 2019. One of them is distance learning. Baltimore City Schools, for example, already has 4 schools devoted to distance learning where students are learning 100% remotely. Students that are choosing to do that. Baltimore County has one too. Anne Arundel County just voted to reduce the number of snow days to have distance learning instead of snow days. The world's different. And Kerwin does not address that at all, which was the root of my question to him. Was in many ways, is Kerwin outdated? And he's still saying no. He thinks the effects of the effects of COVID are temporary, and that the blueprint is forever, and we're going to stick to it, and we're going to implement it as a state the best that we can. And he's 100% on board, Tom, that in 9 years Maryland will have the best schools in the country. And Project Baltimore is going to be watching.
All right, so I guess our first graders right now, when they're graduating, will find out if it worked or not, gambling those billions of dollars in the meantime. Chris Pabbs, thank you.
30 billion. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, now to the crisis in the classroom. We're almost a month into the school year. More than 1,000 Baltimore City school students are being marked missing. Shannon Lilly is joining us now live right now from downtown Baltimore here with what is being done to try and find them. Shannon?
Yeah, right now, city schools tell us, Tom, that they are doing everything they can to try to track down and contact these 1,300 students. That's how many desks have been sitting empty since the start of the school year. So to really put that into perspective, right now there's about 78,000 students enrolled in city schools. So 1 in every 60 students either hasn't come to school at all or has more than 10 unexcused absences.
We're here to support you and to figure out what we can do to get your child back in school.
Yeah, so over the weekend, Tanya Crawford-Williams there with the Office of Student Conduct and Attendance even spearheaded a phone bank with about a dozen or so volunteers. Each volunteer had a list of students that they called, and they did manage to connect with about half of those currently unaccounted for, but hundreds still remain missing. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now developing this morning and trending on FoxBaltimore.com. Fraudsters stealing food stamps and cash assistance benefits from hundreds of mail-inders. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what's being done to protect the benefits and the search that's now on for the thieves. Olivia?
Well, Tom, the state says as of last month, there have been 693 cases of electronic benefits fraud, and they're trying to track down those responsible. However, we've learned that those benefits are not being replaced after they're stolen. Elizabeth Baltieri is among the victims, and she's a Baltimore mom of 3. She says at the start of the month, her funds were stolen. Her benefit card statement shows $900 were withdrawn from an ATM in Florida.
And it said that there was a withdrawal in the amount of $900 from Coconut Grove, Florida, and it happened at 1:58 a.m. I never used my card in Florida. Like I said, I use that to take care of me and my 3 kids, and so it's been hard.
Baltieri says she received a letter from the state saying they found no evidence of fraudulent activity on her account, and she is far from alone. Just last week at a hearing with state lawmakers, it was reported that there have been 693 cases of the EBT fraud, including both temporary cash assistance and food stamp programs. The monetary value of fraud from June, July, and August totaling nearly $296,000. The executive director for the Department of Human Services Family Investment Administration said, quote, federal regulations are very clear in that federal funding cannot be used to reimburse stolen SNAP benefits, and the department does not have the temporary cash assistance funds appropriated for this purpose, end quote. But DHS tells us it's working with state and federal law enforcement to try and track down those responsible for the fraud, all while victims like Baltieri are just hoping that it doesn't happen again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The E. coli contaminated water scare that we saw in West Baltimore drained the confidence of many residents. Just ahead, when will people start trusting the drinking water? First week of fall, staying mainly dry and cool. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know more about the impacts, though, from Hurricane Ian.
8:42 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. We're 18 minutes in front of 9 o'clock as we look out over the Patapsco this morning. Nice blue skies, blue water as well. We're taking a look at temperatures today that will be a little bit cooler. So as you rise and shine, or maybe you're starting to shift into brunch on your rise and shine cast, numbers in the 60s here. Sun will be up until 6:56 tonight. Should top out in the upper 60s for some, but a lot of us will be in those lower 70s for Baltimore and Annapolis over to Stevensville at 74. Also into the 70s for you out toward Talbot County there. We'll have another look at that full forecast for you, including an update on Hurricane Ian when Fox 45 Morning News returns. Stay with us.
(8:45) and Fox 45 continues to hold our leaders accountable. One way was specifically calling out the bungled response from the West Baltimore E. coli crisis and the lack of trust that residents called in and have after DPW and the mayor said the water is good to drink. So we hired our own specialists from multiple companies to test their water. One company was Atlantic Blue. Joining us now, water specialist Ned Van Allen with Atlantic Blue. Good morning, Ned.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for going out and actually checking some of our viewers' homes there. You sampled some of the water. What were you able to find, though, in West Baltimore?
So what we found was both water tests passed. You know, okay. Both the E. coli and coliform look good. You know, and I think that's one of the most important things that you can draw from this is that, you know, if you ever are concerned, there are independent labs that you can go to that will test the water for you so you can get your own verified results. And I think that anytime you start looking at anything of that nature, it's important that you do that if you do have a lack of confidence in what you're getting from, you know, a public water supply or even a private water supply. You know, those testing and, you know, you can do that testing for, you know, once a year, once every 2 years, depending on your level of concern.
Okay, once a year at least. I mean, maybe once every other year, depending whether you're on a well or you actually have city water. Right. One thing, though, that I know is interesting, talking with you off camera, though, you said you've traveled around internationally here, but one thing you said specifically is the amount of regulation on public water systems versus none, like maybe a 16-ounce bottle of water that I got at the convenience store, or maybe another form of water. How much regulations are there put on with public water?
Oh, when you get into public water, you know, let's take Baltimore City, for instance. Yeah. They have to test that water hundreds, if not thousands of times a month. and that's regulated through the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. Gotcha. So they have to do that, and they have to have the results public. So if you go to your local utility, you'll see all the water testing that they do, and you'll see the results of what's going on. And some utilities you can even call in, and they'll give you ideas of where they're testing.
But they have people looking over their shoulder, essentially. I mean,
yes,
virtually looking over their shoulder, making sure those numbers are correct.
Yes, correct, correct. So.
Okay, so then if you do that and you're having it from the public water system, going back to the E. coli, you had mentioned though it is feasible for E. coli to come into a public water system, especially a large one like Baltimore's, and the city not know where it came from though. That's the big question that we're seeing now.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that is possible. Those happen, but that's when you have to go back to the testing, right? Yeah. And you have to look and see how often is this happening. If you look at the city of Baltimore, if you get one positive E. coli test in 5 years or 3 years or once a year, right, you can start developing trends in that. And you really want to focus more on the trend than one individual test. And
that's what DPW should be doing with Baltimore. I mean, you're not in the system with them, so you don't know that. But saying that typically that's what they would be doing, following up on patterns?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, and then being able to check your water and making sure, going to the specialists like yourself, Ned Van Allen with Atlantic Blue. Thank you so much for coming in and just giving us a couple of minutes of your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's taking a look at your forecast as we are talking about flooding concerns in Florida, too, as like Puerto Rico has some bad water systems now. Justin, we were going to get some flooding in Florida starting maybe tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I mean, they're already starting to see some of the outer bands of that storm in Key West and areas in southern Florida at this time. But it's the west coast of Florida that's going to deal with coastal storm surges and coastal flooding as well, and those strong winds. So we'll talk all about Ian in a moment. Meantime, we've got very quiet conditions right here. Hopefully you're enjoying your Tuesday morning so far as we are live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. You can see your jogging cast next few hours actually looking pretty good. Mild conditions, even cool for some if you're out and about over the next couple of hours. Owens Mills here checking in by 10 a.m. We'll see those temps in the mid-60s. And as we get later into the afternoon, our highs will get into those lower 70s. Plenty of sunshine, a little bit more wind on the way for us today. And into that happy hour time frame, 4 or 5 o'clock, we're talking about lower 70s as well. So topping out right about 72 for our high today. It will be partly cloudy and a bit breezy to windy at times with that sun up until 6:56 tonight. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice we're going to stay below average basically for about the next 4 or 5 days, all the way into the weekend. Sunday will be a little bit warmer, but we have a lot of that cloud cover on the remnants from Ian here, so that may knock those numbers down just a little bit. But either way, our numbers staying in the 70s for highs. And overall today, we've got this westerly flow that's going to be picking up, so that's why that wind will be from the west. Tomorrow, more of a northerly flow, a little bit more cloud cover in the morning time and into the afternoon, but that northerly wind will pick up into Wednesday and Thursday. And then as we head toward Friday, watch what happens on the bottom of your screen. You'll start to see some of that green coming in right there. That's going to be the remnants of Ian and trying to get closer to us by the weekend. So Category 3 storm, 125-mile-an-hour winds. If it gets to 130 or above, that's when we're going to see that Cat 4. But it's still a major hurricane right now. And you can see the impacts on this storm, looking for further intensification as it gets up into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. May see a little weakening as it gets closer to land, but still as a strong 2 or 3. We're talking about that storm surge that could be anywhere from 8 to 10 feet along the Florida's west coast, which is why folks are already being evacuated. And thunderstorms and tornadoes. We actually already had a tornado warning this morning in Key West, or excuse me, in the Florida Keys. That was on the eastern section of that. Either way, we've got to watch for those tornadoes as well. This is the track right now. Let's put it in motion here. You can see that Cat 4 still into early tomorrow morning. By the time we get into midday Wednesday, it's going to be just off the coast of Tampa and into Thursday morning, more than likely making landfall. Don't focus so much on the landfall. Once this thing is close to Tampa, we're going to see the impacts with that storm surge on the right-hand side of the storm. And then it's going to track up into Georgia and the Carolinas as an area of low pressure, bringing the rain showers with it. So as for us, again, Saturday evening, we'll see a couple of scattered showers. Sunday's going to be a better chance for that rain coming through, and you can see some of the heavier rain in that 1 and 2 o'clock hour. We know the Ravens play on Sunday afternoon there at M&T Bank Stadium, so just be aware of that. It's going to be a wet one for sure, and some of that rain left over into Monday as well. There's your 7-day forecast. Temperatures in the 70s for highs and overnight lows into the 50s. Time to take a look at a view through your window. William sent this picture in, one of many pictures. We've seen a bunch of these of that SpaceX launch the other night. So really cool shot there, William. I appreciate it. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can scan that QR code right there on your screen. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And let's stay with Hurricane Ian here this morning from the Live Center. It made landfall this morning. You heard Justin talking about that in Cuba. You can actually see the eye of the storm right here. That's Cuba right now on top of it. Now, the Fox 45 Weather Authority HD radar showing this next round of mandatory evacuations happening this morning in Pinellas County, and that's where St. Petersburg is actually located. So we're looking at, you can see here, heavy traffic on Interstate 4 as people starting to evacuate from Florida. Well, we may not have that shot here. We'll see if we can get that later on. But we do know Megan Gillen is heading down to Tampa. She'll be giving us live looks for the next few days from this. There are more than 300,000 people in mandatory evacuation zones around the Tampa Bay area alone. That's up here, but you see the outer bands already starting to hit it. It's already going over Key West, too. And those warnings who ignore the evacuation orders do so at their own risk. The authorities saying, do not do this, heed these warnings and get out. Storm surge and flooding is #1 killer in hurricanes. Tampa Bay could be looking at up to 10 feet storm surge measured as water 10 feet above ground. Now, inland flooding is also a major concern as Ian is slowing down as it is approaching Florida. So just days of heavy rain and heavy winds there. Now, we can see more than a foot of rain. Remember, Cuba had that with Fiona. Isolated spots could get 20 inches or more. Another live look at the radar this morning. Current expectations show landfall right near Tampa Bay early Thursday morning. It's a strong hurricane, but its impacts will be felt statewide and into the southeastern United States as this storm moves inland. Well, hold on to your headsets because Walmart is diving into the metaverse. Just ahead, how users will be able to see Walmart's aisles in a virtual world. And one thing you cannot actually enjoy in the metaverse, a real cup of coffee. It's time for a coffee break. Well, topping your morning business report, it's not even Halloween, but Amazon is already looking to Christmas. The online retailer is the latest to announce plans to hold early holiday sales. Amazon announcing today it will hold a second Prime Day-like shopping event in October. Walmart and Target recently announcing plans to hold holiday sales months before Christmas. Apple will start making its new iPhone in India. The news comes as the tech giant looks to shift some of its production away from China, some of it. Apple has been making iPhones in India since 2017, but they were usually older models. With the iPhone 14, Apple is producing its latest model in India for the first time. The new device was introduced earlier this month. For a second day today, billionaire Elon Musk expected to answer questions under oath. It's all part of Twitter's lawsuit that they filed against him. Social media giant is deposing Musk now. It comes after the entrepreneur agreed to buy Twitter back in April, but then decided he wanted out of the deal after more information came out. Twitter is now suing Musk to force him to try and buy the company as he promised. Walmart is diving into the metaverse. Retail giant launching 2 immersive experiences in the metaverse mega platform Roblox. Walmart Land lets users engage and interact with Walmart's fashion, beauty, entertainment products in a virtual way. Walmart's universe of play will be a place to play with their toys virtually. Air fryers are popular in millions of kitchens. Genevieve Gorder is here with the next level solution that turns any pan into a stove, a top air fryer at a special low price. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Everybody, I've got something to show you today that you're all very familiar with, but there's an extra twist. Now, we all love a good air fryer. It's quick. We avoid the oil, the calories, seriously like 70% less calories, but as a designer, and I'm sure a lot of you share this with me, I think they're bulky, they're not so cute, and they take up way too much space on the counter. Okay, my rant is over. Needless to say, when the Air Whirl showed up in the mail, I was doing a little dance. Let me tell you about this solution-based product that is going to solve all your bulky air fryer issues. It's called the Air Whirl Crisper, and it can turn any pan into an air fryer. So you just place this lid on any pan that you already have, and your food will be air fried in a fraction of the time. I used it the same day it arrived, put the lid on, press the button, done. And then you're winning because you can put it all away in the drawer. The Air Whirl is so easy to use, battery operated. You can store it without any of those tangled wires. And the thermometer is right here in the front of the lid. So you always know what temperature you are cooking at, just like you would on any traditional air fryer. Right now on ASA Deals, we are offering an exclusive 33% off the Air Whirl Crisper. You guys take advantage of this deal because they're not going to last long. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Beautiful start to your Tuesday here around the Baltimore region. Nice cool breeze going through.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how long it's going to stay that way for us.
Wish we could say the same for our friends in Florida. We know already getting hit in southern Florida, guys, with Hurricane Ian. We're going to have the impacts from Ian right here by the time we get into late Saturday, but especially Sunday for this upcoming weekend. We'll take you outside right now, show you just how pretty it is. You can see from our Towson shot, everything looking good with plenty of sunshine out there. Statewide, our numbers in the 40s in Oakland, 49 in Cumberland, 57 in Hagerstown, and we're in the 50s and 60s for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City right now. Keeping those numbers in the 60s as we take you through the next couple of hours. Plenty of sun as well, but breezy to windy conditions again today, and temperatures that'll come down by about 5 or 7 degrees, only looking for a high of 72 this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Breaking right now, the Washington, D.C. Police Department is heading to the scene and is at the scene of a barricade situation. They say it involves the suspect in the murder of a Baltimore man. You see, it's a very active scene. Our Washington, D.C. crew is out there now monitoring what's happening, but this is a live scene. 27-year-old Avery Miller is accused of killing Ara Wolf last month in southeast Washington, D.C. Police say officers found Miller, and then he started firing shots toward them. He is now barricaded inside, and officers are trying to make contact with him. Now, investigators say Wolf was installing solar panels on rooftops of buildings. This was back on August 10th when he was hit by gunfire. Wolf leaves behind a wife and a child and was well known in the local Jewish community. Make sure you stay with Fox 45 Morning News all morning as we are learning more and keeping an eye on this developing situation. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers have until Friday to pass a bill to keep the federal government funded.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill, where things stand. And Atra, I mean, let's be honest, we almost can record this and then replay it. It seems like almost every 6 months.
Yeah, you know, when you send people to Washington, you can pretty much assume they'll wait until the last minute to get things done like this, like funding the government, a pretty important task. But look, this time around, good morning, Tom and Patrice, the odds of avoiding a government shutdown are much higher than they'd otherwise be if we weren't in an election year. Midterms are, 6 weeks away, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want to do two things: get home and campaign and avoid having a stain of a government shutdown on their record before their constituents head to the polls. So we're just getting a look at the text of a continuing resolution or a stopgap bill that would keep the government funded through the middle of December. And it includes, among other things, many other things, $12 billion in aid to Ukraine. But notably, Tom and Patrice, there's $35 million in there to prepare and respond to potential nuclear and radiological incidents in Ukraine. There's also funding for infrastructure, water infrastructure in Jackson, Mississippi, and quite a bit of other natural disaster recovery measures. Now, money the White House requested for COVID and monkeypox was left out. Republicans have been opposing it from the start, and the request was made more complicated by the president saying the pandemic was over in that recent 60 Minutes interview. So the main hangup now, as we've been reporting, is whether Democratic Senator Joe Manchin will get his energy permitting reform included. Right now, he doesn't have enough votes from either party for it to survive, again, before Friday when government funding runs out.
Right, Atra Al-Nashar reporting live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. Today's number of the day looks ahead to the next pandemic. 52% of voters say they're likely to trust recommendations from public health experts if there is another one. 42% say otherwise. The Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds levels of trust were much higher among those who live in larger cities.
9:04 from the Live Center for you this morning. Hurricane Ian has made landfall in Cuba. You see the eye of the storm right there. It's on a path to strike Florida. That's already in its outer bands here. They're getting heavy rainfall there. And we're talking about a major hurricane when it does make impact in Florida. Likely to hit late tomorrow night or early Thursday morning, as our meteorologist Justin Chambers has been talking about, possibly as a Category 3 or even higher. Now, because of that, we now have hurricane warnings posted for the Tampa Bay area. So all through this region right here, where millions are on alert from the Panhandle all the way down to the Keys. Tampa Bay especially prone to storm surge. Water could be 8 to 10 feet above the ground in some of those spots. Flooding and storm surge are the #1 cause of death in hurricanes. The Tampa General Hospital, you're looking at it, what's in front of it right now. They're installing what's known as Aqua Fence. It's an effort to keep water out of their hospital. And they are right on the water, though, in downtown Tampa Bay. So that surge could really impact the most. To show you what they're up against, this is video of a storm surge in Grand Cayman as Ian brushed past the island. Keep in mind, this was not even a direct hit. This was just on the outskirts of Ian. We can see scenes like this all along hundreds of miles up and down the Florida Gulf Coast.
In a city in crisis, violent crime across Baltimore City is up 5% compared to this time last year. That includes murders and non-fatal shootings. Young lives in Baltimore continuing to feel the impacts of crime and violence. The latest incident leaving a 15-year-old hurt.
Yeah, and this morning, the search is still on for the gunman who opened fire right near Clifton Park, hitting 3 people, including the teen.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Northeast Baltimore as police are working to find out who did this. Olivia?
Yeah, Patrice and Tom, police are still searching for the gunman who opened fire just a couple miles away from here near Clifton Park. And as you mentioned, a 15-year-old kid was among those shot. The incident happened yesterday in broad daylight on East 29th Street. And you're looking at video from the scene right now. But 3 people were hit by the gunfire, including that 15-year-old as well as a 23 and 25-year-old. Thankfully, though, they're all expected to survive. But witnesses in the area are describing what they heard.
Like I said, it just sounded like loud boom.
It had been 30 to 60 rounds, within about less than 10 seconds. My partner was outside and saw people fleeing the area.
Officers spent most of the afternoon questioning residents in the block, searching for clues. But again, at this time, no suspects have been named or arrested. And residents tell us that there were young children outside on the street when the shots rang out. And concerns are growing as homicide is now the leading cause of death among children in Baltimore.
These kids are going to kindergarten, and when they go into kindergarten, they're drawing pictures of guns and dead bodies because that's their experience. We've got to change the narrative.
Data shows that homicides are up compared to this time last year, and as concerns grow, more are hoping that city leaders will step up, but of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Should Baltimore City elected officials have term limits? That is a question that will be on your ballot come Election Day.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with a big announcement happening in less than 2 hours. Shannon.
Yeah, this is an announcement, Tom, that could potentially change how the city is run. And that press conference, as you mentioned, is happening in just 2 hours from now, right outside of City Hall right here. So let's get you right to the details, though. We know that term limits for elected officials will be question K on your ballot come November. This announcement coming from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, this morning. And so we can expect to see community leaders and activists out here right behind me in front of City Hall. And we're expecting to see Giovanni Patterson, Carville Collins, and many more right out here around 11 a.m. So what do we know, though, about question K on your ballot and those potential term limits for elected leaders? Well, if passed, members of City Council, the president of City Council, the mayor, and comptroller will not be allowed to hold office for more than 2 consecutive full terms of office, and in no event will they be allowed to hold office for more than 8 years during any 12-year period. Now, this provision, though, would not prevent an elected member from seeking other elected offices after that time. Now, if an elected member does take office as a result of a removal or a vacancy under this provision, that elected member would only be able to hold office for the remainder of their predecessor's unexpired term and then just 1 consecutive full term after that. So some major potential changes could be on the way and in the hands of the voters come Election Day, which again is November 8th. And Tom and Patrice, we're expecting to learn a whole lot more about all of this morning at 11 a.m. That's just 2 hours from now. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:10, and it is so Baltimore. A local barber is changing the landscape of not only hair, but his community, too.
Offering organic hair and body treatments to his clients and also teaching young students to become master barbers themselves. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark, live in East Baltimore at Ty's Organic Hair Design. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. So Ty is a master barber. What I love about it is Ty does conferences. He does seminars for young people and people who want to rise to his level of master barbership. Is that right, Ty?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is what we do. We do workshops, build our community, the youth. We did one in Westport at an elementary school there. Also at Enoch Pratt in Columbia. You know what I mean? Just building the youth and giving back to the community and showing them the way. Trying to build up our next entrepreneurs to come and fill my shoes when I'm finished with these old.
And so, you know, your dad was an entrepreneur. You saw him, like you said, this was a print shop. This is a barber shop on North Avenue. And so it's important you to kind of do the same thing, right? As far as like, you're a young man, but when you get to be my age, maybe you want to pass it along.
Oh, yeah, that's the vision. That's the vision, because it's not going to do me any justice in my head. So I just want to share the wealth, share the knowledge.
Guys, looking through the window now. So guys, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I'm gonna get Master Barber take some of this down, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Wait a second. We're gonna leave the bald elephant in the room here?
I didn't say that.
Wait a minute, Tom. Don't call me a bald elephant.
I didn't
just
say
saying.
it.
Tom called me a bald elephant.
When I think hair and barbers and salons, I'm thinking, oh, Mark Clark. Definitely, he's the guy for the job.
Well, Tom, you're old school. See, you have that full head of hair. That's the old school. It's the skin now, right, okay. Patrice? Patrice is my defender.
What you said. I'm staying out of it. I don't know what to say here. You look good, Mark.
Tom called me a bald elephant.
Yeah, I think he's just jealous. I think he's jealous because you've been pampered and prepped all day, and he's been in here working. So that's what it is.
Thanks, Patrice. Tom's mean. Thanks.
All right. We're going to go let him cry.
Yeah, that's right. If you'd like some more information about where you can get pampered right there and find out about the entrepreneurs, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
You did call him a bald elephant, though.
Well, you know, the elephant in the room, get it? You know.
Switch up your dinners and fast. Just ahead this morning, the creative ideas that will leave you hungry, not the same old chicken dish.
And speaking of entrepreneurs, you can start exploring new job opportunities without worrying about a past criminal conviction. Next, spot where you can go to remove that bad mark and take it right off your record. 9:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:15). Johns Hopkins University of Medicine is partnering with Maryland Legal Aid to help residents get ahead in life and offering opportunities to strengthen families through a fall expungement clinic and resource fair. Vice President of Economic Development and Community Partnership of JHU, Alicia Wilson, and Director of Pro Bono for Maryland Legal Aid, Angus Derbyshire, joining us to talk more about what is happening. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning.
Okay, so there's an expungement fair coming up. Talk about the partnership that brought the two of you guys together.
So we've worked together in the past. Angus and I are doing expungement clinics, but I feel like when I came to Hopkins, we were able to put a bit of steroids on it.
Okay.
And think about all of the other component parts and collateral consequences that people deal with when they have a criminal conviction. And so we did our first one maybe during COVID, and this is our fourth expungement clinic together.
So when we talk about an expungement clinic, what will happen there?
So clients will be able to come and meet with attorneys day of and have petitions prepared to remove their records from view. So when we talk about expungement, it's the complete removal of a criminal record.
And who who is a candidate for that? Who's eligible to have that happen?
Yeah, so anyone in the state of Maryland that may have a criminal record that's impeding their progress, right?
Okay.
That may be stopping them from pursuing a better job, pursuing better housing, or even if you had this record on, been holding you back for years and you want to come and see if that's something that can be removed.
What do they bring with them?
So they don't have to bring anything at all.
Okay.
We have the technology and the capability to review a record on site if they don't, so they don't need anything. If they do have some of their records, it might be helpful to bring them.
Okay, and you brought up the point that these are things that are impairing them from moving forward in life. And so that's the other part of this. You all have a resource fair to tackle those issues as well and help them.
Yes, so we have housing advocates and housing opportunities for individuals. We also have jobs, so we have employers that will be hiring on site and helping people to figure out how to navigate the employment process. We also have individuals helping them obtain their IDs. So if they were not able to get their IDs before because of the criminal record, we're able to help them with that.
And talk about why this is so important and that you've brought even more resources to the table for it.
Yeah.
So I think we're allowing people to, again, pursue better housing, pursue better options. And what's really special about this particular clinic is that we are being supported by a number of volunteers. So these are attorneys at private law firms, and government agencies. Alicia Wilson at Johns Hopkins, they're donating their time on a Saturday to do this. And it really allows Maryland Legal Aid as an organization to just do so much more good work.
Okay, lastly, where and when?
Saturday, starting at 10 o'clock, come to Johns Hopkins Turner Auditorium. And you will be serviced, like Inga said, you do not need to bring anything with you.
Just show up.
Just show up.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in to the both of you.
Thank you.
It's 9:18 now. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, get a look at the forecast. Saturday, a much better day because you're saying Sunday is going to be.
Yeah, Sunday's going to be the wetter day here. We'll still be getting kind of gloomy overall on Saturday with the cloud cover coming in and a couple of showers late from the impacts of Ian. Looking outside right now from our Towson camera, looking all good. We've got lots of sunshine that is there right now. This is how our HD radar is shaping up. We're very dry here. Cold front is well to the east of us. Let's zoom in now on Miami and show you exactly what's going on there, where we now have tornado watches, the first of many that are posted for the entire Florida Keys and southern Florida. We're getting some lightning strikes here. These are some of the outer bands of Ian that are starting to impact the Florida Keys. I believe we have a live shot here from Naples, Florida. If we can pull up that smart board shot where you can start to see the dark skies there. It's not getting very active right here in Naples yet. We know that will change. So we'll continue to take those live shots and show you exactly what's going on with Ian. So as we track this thing going into the Gulf of Mexico, we will see it intensify, bringing the heavy rain. And that heavy rain is going to be up and down the Florida West Coast, anywhere from 15 to 20 inches in some spots in terms of the rainfall. Then we've got the storm surge. That's almost worse than the rainfall because we have all of those storm surge going in at some 8 to 10 feet, especially right into Tampa Bay and all along that west coast of Florida. So they've got those storm surge warnings posted for that storm. It's the right side of the storm. That's typically where we see the worst impacts, or the worst impacts, I should say, as this moves into the Gulf of Mexico. More than likely becoming a Category 4 here later today with 140 and possibly down to 130 mile-an-hour winds. Will slow down just a bit as it makes its way to the coast. But again, we don't want that to happen. We want it to just kind of move on. And by late Wednesday into early Thursday, that's when we'll have the best chance of seeing landfall right there north of Tampa before it moves into northern Florida toward Jacksonville, and then an area of low pressure by the time it gets to parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. Now, this is our future scan, the updated model right now. This is Saturday, 8 p.m. Notice the rain stays to the south. We'll keep the cloud cover around. Sunday morning, right as you're starting to tailgate for the Ravens game, we'll see those rain showers that will start to move in. And then by the time we get to Sunday afternoon, some of us, especially south of Baltimore, could see some of the heavier rain. We'll also pick up some of that wind as well. So that's what we're looking at with Ian and the impacts here. In terms of our weather, really nice week ahead. Our first full week of fall with temperatures for highs in the lower 70s. Some of us don't even get out of the 60s tomorrow and Thursday, and overnight lows into the lower 50s, even cooler as you get into the end of the week. And there's the rain, as we talked about, coming in for the weekend, staying through about Monday. But Ravens at home Sunday afternoon. It's going to be a wet one. Definitely a muddy and kind of a, sloppy game, I guess you could say. Patrice.
Sounds like it will be. Many Marylanders are saying their benefits are being stolen. Just ahead this morning, what the state is doing in hopes of stopping it.
And take a look at all of this. We're showing you the easy meals to make for dinner tonight and add into your own normal rotation. We've got all sorts of different ingredients over there. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Giant.
9:24, and if you're looking for inspiration to spice up your everyday eating routine, we've got you covered right here. Tu Nguyen is registered dietitian with the Healthy Living team at Giant Food and has all the latest trends and getting us more for our buck, really, when we go shopping at Giant's.
Yes, definitely. So, I don't know about you, but sometimes I get in an eating rut where I kind of just eat the same thing over and over again.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially in a family. I mean, it's easy. You're like, oh, I like that. I know it's good. And it takes me 30 seconds, just grab it and heat it up in the microwave.
Yes.
But we really do need to add in the fresh foods, right?
Definitely. So I have some ideas today to help us kind of mix it up and try something new. And the great thing is that all the products that I'm going to mention today, they are Guiding Stars rated, which means they are better for you products.
All right. Well, that's good to hear, especially better for the family, too.
Yes.
Something that kids always are really good at doing is learning breakfast first, whether it's popping something in the toaster, but then you also added stuff. What did you put in the bowl besides just the waffles?
Yes, so our nutritionist, Angela, she made these waffle bowls on TikTok, so be sure to check that out. But it's just a fun play on how to eat your traditional waffle. Again, just trying something new with it.
And instead of throwing syrup on it, you have the natural sugars there with the frozen fruits here and the yogurts, too. Mix that up.
Exactly.
If you're wanting something a little bit more heartier and savory Marie, meals right here. What is this?
Yes, so Veggies Made Great is my go-to item when I'm looking for quick and convenient, because you just pop it in the microwave for 30 to 45 seconds and it's done. And the great thing about it is that the first ingredient is always a vegetable.
That's amazing. So you can look at the box and not see sugar or cornstarch or something. You actually see the main ingredient there, which is comes from the right from the ground. That's perfect.
Savory and the sweet option for anyone in the family.
And this is another one. The teenagers, before they're heading into high school or something, trying to make the bus stop, pop that in, ready to go.
Exactly.
When I came over here, my mind went right here to this plate, because that's me.
Yeah, so, a lot of times when it comes to lunch and dinner, we want to be creative in the kitchen, but, time, right? Time always steals that creativity that we want in the kitchen. So the great news is that Giant has these pre-cut vegetables that come with a seasoning packet. So not only can you put it on your vegetables, you can also put it on your protein, like the salmon I did right there.
And that's perfect because it takes out, for the lazy chef like myself, it takes out all that extra work, the cutting and then the cleanup. It's right there.
Exactly. And you just add a grain and you have a nice balanced meal.
Simple ways to do it. We're out of time right now to win, but from Giant, you could always go into any Giant also and speak with a dietitian too.
Yes, if you go to giantfood.com/healthy living, you can check out all of our free resources and schedule a consultation with us.
And you'll be able to help us when we walk through the aisles, picking up the right things, slap our hands if we're going for the wrong thing. No, I know you won't do that, but it's great. Yeah, thank you so much. Now, the first week of fall, staying mainly dry and cool. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, who lets us know more about the impacts from Hurricane Ian.
More than 1,000 desks empty inside city schools. Coming up, what the school system is doing to try to track down missing students and why time is of the essence.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen should be landing in Tampa Bay soon. Hopefully she'll be able to make it there as their storm Hurricane Ian continues to change.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been tracking it and looking at our forecast as well.
Yeah, we're going to have impacts from the storm, guys, by the time we get into late Saturday, but especially on Sunday. That's the center of the storm right there in the center of your screen near Pinar del Rio, and that is where it made landfall earlier. The eye of that storm is just about to move off the coast of Cuba and into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Nothing to get in its way except warm Gulf water, and that's what's going to be making that storm even stronger. Right now, about 329 miles, the eye of the storm from Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg. That is going to continue to track up to the north over the next few hours. As for us here at home, breezy and cooler for the afternoon. We'll see partly cloudy skies and temperatures staying below average for this time of year. In the next 3 days, we're taking a look at numbers today that'll be in the lower 70s. those 70s continue. Even some upper 60s is all we'll see into Wednesday and Thursday for some neighborhoods. That cool fall-like feel staying with us this week. We'll break that down a bit further for you and again talk about what we're going to see on Saturday and Sunday with the impacts from Ian coming up in a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. In 9:32, we have some breaking news right now. Washington, D.C. Police Department heading to a scene of a barricade situation. Actually, you're taking a live look right here from our crew out of D.C., where they involve a suspect in the murder of a Baltimore man. So they're still getting the camera set up there. A live look from the scene. 27-year-old Avery Myler is accused of killing Arya Wolf last month in southeast D.C. Police say officers found Myler and then he fired shots towards them. Myler is now barricaded inside as officers are working to make contact with him, though. The camera was showing in the trees. It's actually behind that situation is where it's happening. So they pan back over to show you some of the vehicles here. Now, investigators say Wolf wasn't just installing solar panels on rooftops of the buildings August 10th when he was hit by gunfire. Wolf leaves behind a wife and child, as well as known in the local Jewish community. Stay right here with Fox 45 News all morning as we are learning more about this developing breaking news story.
Well, developing this morning and trending on FoxBaltimore.com, fraudsters are stealing food stamps and cash assistance benefits from hundreds of Marylanders.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with what's being done to protect the benefits and the search for the thieves. Olivia?
Well, the state says as of last month, there were 693 electronic benefits fraud, and they're trying to track down those responsible. However, we've learned that those benefits are not being replaced after they're stolen. And Elizabeth Baltieri is among the victims. She's a Baltimore mom of 3, and she says at the start of the month, her funds were stolen. Her benefit card statement shows $900 were withdrawn from an ATM in Florida.
And it said that there was a withdrawal in the amount of $900 from Coconut Grove, Florida. And it happened at 1:58 a.m. Never used my card in Florida. Like I said, I use that to take care of me and my 3 kids. And so it's been hard.
Baltieri says she received a letter from the state saying they found no evidence of fraudulent activity on her account, and she is far from alone. Just last week at a hearing with state lawmakers, it was reported that there have been 693 cases of the EBT fraud, including both temporary cash assistance and food stamp programs. Now, the monetary value of fraud from June, July, and August totaling nearly $296,000. The executive director for the Department of Human Services Family Investment Administration said, quote, federal regulations are very clear in that federal funding cannot be used to reimburse stolen SNAP benefits, and the department does not have the temporary cash assistance funds appropriated for this purpose, end quote. But DHS tells us it's working with state and federal law enforcement to try and track down those responsible for the fraud, all while victims like Baltieri are just hoping it doesn't happen again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Now to the crisis in the classroom. We're almost a month into the school year, and more than 1,000 Baltimore City school students are being marked missing.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from downtown Baltimore with what is being done to try to find them. Shannon.
Well, right now, Patrice, city schools tell us they're trying to do everything they can to track down and contact these 1,300 students. That's how many desks are sitting empty just so far this school year. So to put that into perspective, there's about 78,000 students enrolled in city schools. So that means 1 in every 60 students either have not been to school at all this year, or they have 10 or more absences.
We're here to support you. And to figure out what we can do to get your child back in school.
So over the weekend, Tanya Crawford-Williams here with the Office of Student Conduct and Attendance, even spearheading a phone bank with about a dozen or so volunteers, each volunteer with a list of students they called. Now, they managed to connect with about half of those currently unaccounted for, but hundreds still remain missing. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:36, we are tracking Hurricane Ian from our live center. It made landfall this morning in Cuba. This is a live look at the Fox 45 Weather Authority HD radar. Now, the next round of mandatory evacuations as this hurricane is making its way toward the Florida coast will happen in Pinellas County, and that is right where St. Petersburg is. A live look now from a news conference in Florida. The governor there speaking about the preparations that are underway, and other emergency officials spoke about what he's talking about as well. Now, there are more than 300,000 people in that mandatory evacuation zones all around the Tampa Bay area, and that's just in the Tampa Bay area. Officials are warning those who ignore evacuation orders that you're doing so at your own risk.
I want everyone to understand the seriousness of this situation. And again, don't wait till the last minute. We can replace possessions, but we can't bring anybody back to life.
Now, the storm surge and flooding is the #1 killer in hurricanes, and Tampa Bay could be looking at up to 10 feet of storm surge. That's measured as water 10 feet above ground, well above any of our heads. Inland flooding, also a major concern as Ian slows down on approach to Florida. Parts of Central Florida could see more than a foot of rain, isolated spots even 20 inches or more. So again, another live look at the radar this morning. Current expectations now show landfall near Tampa Bay early Thursday morning as a strong hurricane, but the impacts are going to be felt statewide and into the southeastern United States as that storm moves inland.
Well, coming up, unrest in Japan, the financial move that has led to protests and demonstrations overseas. And we can expect some sunshine and highs in the 70s. But how will the hurricane impact Maryland later on this week? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has an update on that coming up after the break. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Making headlines, the Iranian regime is pledging to squash protests following the death of a young woman in a detention center. Tehran's guidance patrol said that she was improperly dressed, and that is when they took her into custody. 3 days later, she was dead. That is when protests broke out, and they've been going on ever since. According to Iranian state TV, 41 people have died since the protests began. More than 1,200 people have been arrested. Iran's foreign ministry is blaming the U.S. and the West for allegedly supporting the protests. The White House condemned the death of the young woman.
Mahsa Amini's death after injuries, as you all know, sustained while in police custody for wearing an improper hijab is an appalling and egregious affront to human rights.
According to her family, doctors said she had brain damage upon arriving at the hospital. Iranian authorities say the 22-year-old died of a heart attack.
9:42, and protesters gathering in Japan's capital this morning to rally against the state funeral for former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Demonstrations have been held in the weeks leading up to the event, with some protesting what they see as an exorbitant use of public funds. Funeral expected to cost taxpayers about $12 million.
NASA scientists successfully crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. Just ahead, how scientists hope to use a similar strategy to protect Earth from future incoming asteroids.
Live look this morning at the Weather Authority HD radar here at Fox 45. Now as it is moving towards Florida, that's right, Hurricane Ian is now Category 3. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at how the storm could impact us here eventually in Maryland. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. $9:45 and in your consumer news this morning. The Biden administration targeting hidden fees within the airline industry. President Joe Biden announcing a new initiative requiring airlines and travel search websites to disclose additional fees up front before you give the credit card information. Now, that could include fees to change or cancel a flight, baggage costs, or charges to get a seat right next to your child. President Biden also hopes it will encourage more competition among airlines to offer better prices.
You should know the full cost of your ticket right when you're comparison shopping to begin with what airline you're going to fly with. So you can pick the ticket that actually is the best deal for you.
Well, according to the Department of Transportation, last year, airlines made $5.3 billion in baggage fees and nearly $700 million in cancellation and change fees.
That's incredible. Well, this morning, we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian. This is a live look of citizens in Tampa. They're sandbagging in preparation for the storm that's going to be to them now in just a matter of a day or so.
That's right. In fact, it's now a Category 3 hurricane, and it's a major storm here. It's expected to make landfall in Florida later on this week, but where it hits is changing.
That's right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at what's happening.
Yeah, good morning, guys. And we already are seeing the outer bands of this storm impacting Miami up into Coral Springs, Cape Coral, just south of Tampa. The yellow area that keeps lighting up right there, that's a tornado watch for the entire Florida Keys and South Florida. We've already seen one tornado warning this morning. Right now, it's mainly just the wind and the rain and the thunderstorms. And the center of that storm is right there on the bottom edge of our Miami radar that we are seeing. So this storm is going to continue to gain strength, and it's going to leave Cuba very shortly and get out into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. It is warm and a moist environment there, and that heavy rain is going to be potentially causing some issues, as well as the storm surge. I can't stress this enough. I was looking at it earlier this week, and I've never lived in Florida, but I know people who do live there, and I know that a lot of the infrastructure is right on the water. And Tampa has not seen a major storm since 1921. So that's why the storm surge warnings are there. We could see a good 8 to 10 inches of 8 to 10 feet of storm surge, 15 to 20 inches of rain. A lot of numbers being thrown around. We know this is a big storm that continues to churn out into the open waters. And that's what's going to happen today. You can see a Category 4 storm potentially by later this afternoon. All it has to do is get to 130 or above to be Cat 4. It's going to continue to track right toward Tampa right there. Right now, the landfall puts it right to the north of Tampa into early Thursday morning. But that storm surge on the right side of the storm that's what's going to be causing the biggest issues. It's going to track up to the northern part of Florida, up toward Jacksonville, and then be a tropical depression in parts of Georgia by the time we get to early Saturday morning, an area of low pressure in the Carolinas by Sunday morning. And that is going to directly impact us in terms of rainfall. Now, this is the latest future scan model, just updated here. Most of Saturday right now continues to stay dry for us, even though it'll be cloudy and we'll kind of feel that tropical moisture, that southerly flow picking up. Saturday night, Sunday morning, here comes the rain. This is 7 o'clock in the morning as we could take you to about 9, 10, 11, and right around game time for the Ravens in the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. That's when we'll see the best chance of the heaviest rain that stays with us. Now, that rain will push out of here by Sunday evening, and then we still have the potential of some leftover rain into Monday. As for today and the next couple of days, breezy and cooler for us this afternoon under partly cloudy skies. Temperature staying below average for this time of year. 76 is typically where we are. A lot of us in the upper 60s and low 70s for this afternoon, and even those low to mid 70s will continue for Baltimore and D.C., up into Philly and New York, down the ocean at 75, mid 60s in Cumberland this afternoon. That's where that cooler air is. Here's that 7-day forecast. I don't know. I like it. I mean, lower 70s first week of fall, lower 50s for overnight lows, and that rain is going to roll in this weekend. Again, that Ravens game will be wet on Sunday afternoon.
That's the only thing we don't like about the forecast.
I know.
Everything else is good, Justin. You're good. All right, take a look at this. NASA scientists successfully crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. These are some images of the DART spacecraft approaching and then making impact yesterday on Dimorphos, part of a planetary defense test. I was hoping, though, to see like a big explosion. I wanted to see a whole big thing.
Yeah, that's the second satellite that's zooming in right there on that, and it's getting, as you get closer, you'll see where they actually hits it. So think of the movie Armageddon. Crews trying to see if they can divert the harmless space rock out of, well, off of its course. This asteroid is not a threat to Earth. This is just a test to see if it is possible should the needs arise in our future. Asteroid is about 7 million miles away, and DART was about the size of a vending machine, plowed into it going about 14,000 miles per hour.
All we've done here actually is change slightly how Dimorphos goes around Didymos, right? And the telescopes on the Earth have studied this for years, so we knew it used to be 11 hours and 55 minutes. What is it going to be now? And so the telescopes are going to measure that period change, and they're so good at this. They've done it for decades already to get us to that point.
Well, scientists will be going over the data for the next few weeks to see how effective the impact was. They're expecting a shift of about 1%, which may not sound like a lot, but over time could actually create significant change.
Now, experts say we have technology to give us decades notice ahead of something hitting Earth, unlike Hollywood movies where they, make it seem like there's just days to save the world. The Orioles are on the road for the final trip away from Camden Yards this regular season.
Ah, you think so?
Maybe.
The O's are finishing their series against the Red Sox in Boston before they head up to New York to take on the Yankees.
Yankees still fighting for that third and final AL wild card spot. Orioles are 3.5 games back with 9 games remaining. Last night, starting their 4-game series against Red Sox with a win, a 14-8. Wrap up the night. Yeah, a lot of homers. They continue tonight in Boston. First pitch, 7:10.
Well, the Ravens added a much-needed piece to their defense this week. The team signed veteran edge rusher Jason Pierre-Paul to a 1-year deal. This is huge for the Ravens. While he's 33, he didn't have a team yet for his 13th NFL season. The Ravens are thin at pass rusher, so it's a good fit. They only had 3 against the Patriots, and pass rusher Jason Houston left that game with a groin injury. JPP has 91 career sacks and 2 Super Bowl rings, so that's a big get for us. All right, taking a look at Sunday's matchup. The Ravens will be taking on the Bills at 1 o'clock at M&T Bank Stadium. Both teams are coming in at 2-1, and it will be one of the marquee matchups of the week as we see 2 MVP candidates go at it. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, of course, and Josh Allen of the Bills. The Ravens are 6-4 all time against the Bills, but the last time these 2 teams met, the Ravens lost to the Bills, and that was a big one. It was the AFC divisional round in 2020. So we've got some payback for them. High in the mid-70s, but we could expect cooler temperatures as the week goes on. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on what we can expect in our 10-day forecast. 9:53.
Well, breaking news right now, Washington, D.C. Police Department is holding a news conference about the suspect, 27-year-old Avery Myler, who is still missing. They're saying he's barricaded himself into a building, some kind of structure there in the D.C. area. So, of course, continue to watch this live right on our website.
All right, taking a look at our 10-day forecast. Numbers in the lower 70s here. Only 72 today. We'll keep those 70s going with overnight lows in the 50s. So we'll have some chilly mornings here coming up over the next couple of days. Still going to be breezy later this afternoon. Notice the rain. I know it's right in time for the Ravens game on Sunday and Monday, but that's going to be the impacts of Ian right here at home. And then we'll be drier past that into October. This is the first weekend of October, guys. How about that?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
This year's
Pumpkins.
moving along. And seat warmers.
That's right.
I'm
butt warmers.
justified.
And apparently PSLs are out.
Yeah, the whole thing.
We'll see you.